Welcome everybody to Mecum Auctions Florida Summer Special. Here from Kissimmee, we've got over 1,100 vehicles crossing the block over our 2 days of coverage. That's 12 hours total coming at you. Hello everybody, I'm Chris Jacobs, and it is my pleasure to welcome you here to Florida. And you know what? There's so much going on that we had to bring in reinforcements. That's right. Welcome back to the team, Rutledge Wood.
Oh, Chris, it's so great to see you, brother.
Thanks, great to see you, man.
You know, I've missed Mecum. It's been almost 10 years since I've been back. And you know what? I've really missed the variety of cool cars that we get. Can I show you one of my favorites?
Please do, take it away.
Take a look, beautiful 1966 Bronco right here. Uncut fenders in the back, a little bit of a lift. It rides on 31s, painted steelies. When you take a look inside, though, you look at this beautiful tan houndstooth. Really goes well with that brown leather. Now, that also has a ton of modern amenities when you look at one of these. So this has got Bluetooth, it's got CarPlay, fun for the whole family. But you know what I really like is what's waiting right up here under the hood. Take a look at the modern Coyote V8 5.0 with the 10-speed automatic transmission. Really gets this thing moving. Now, speaking of getting things moving, I'm going to throw it over to my friends Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens. Guys, take it away.
Oh, Rutledge Wood, thank you very much, brother, and welcome back. Rutledge Wood 2.0 here with us at Mecum. He and I tried to do kind of a throwback then and now picture earlier today. We look a little bit different.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's great to have you with us. And what a terrific vehicle that he previewed just now. That's coming up tomorrow. But he also mentioned one very key word. That's variety. I was looking around this Hoke campus yesterday and was astonished at how many different makes, models, configurations, color combinations we have here in Kissimmee. Not unusual, but it's going to be fun for us to showcase over the next couple of days.
Yeah, and you know, we're used to that variety when we come down here in January for the big Mecum auction down here. But, you know, in July, again, you got to remember that we're in a part of the world where people can drive their cars, collector cars, year-round. So the shopping is always exciting here for everybody. And by the way, today is a holiday.
Oh, it is.
It is. It is Collector Car Appreciation Day. That's a real holiday today.
Okay.
So the timing couldn't be any better.
And we don't take the day off on Collector Car Appreciation Day, do we?
Essential services.
Exactly. There are a handful of Vipers here, and I know you've got your eyeballs all over them. Tell us about your favorite one.
This is really a hot Viper. This is a 2008 SRT 10 Coupe. This is the first year of the fourth generation for the Viper, and it got a bigger engine, went from 8.3 to 8.4 liters, and more horsepower from 500 to 600 horsepower. All Vipers. 6-speed manual transmission, just like this one. That is Venom red on the outside with a contrasting black exterior. Racing fuel filler on the right rear quarter panel. And look at the wheels, those beautiful polished alloys at all four corners. Now, this is only one of 1,596 Vipers built in 2008, so they are somewhat rare. And if you're looking for one, this could be the one you're looking for, and that's coming up later today.
All righty, Brother Bill, thank you. And we will see that one as part of our coverage here at Mecum Kissimmee. Let's start things off real quick. Down at the end of the auction block, that is what is coming up here in just a second. It is a 1962 Plymouth Fury, Bill.
Oh, it's taking me back to the great years of Super Stock when the Mopars were just clawing the quarter mile. We'll see this pull up onto the block right now. 361 cubic inch V8. That's kind of like the baby brother of the 426 wedge engines that ran in the Super Stocks back then. Formerly from the Mark Jacobson collection. This has got the 4-speed transmission as well. Yeah, 4-speed with a V8 and that classic 1962 Plymouth Fury Coupe. And, you know, this thing would be eligible to go out and do some vintage racing with, believe it or not. But, you know, this one is almost too nice to even risk that. There you see that. Yeah, that 361. That is factory fresh right there. Everything completely detailed the way that it would look when it came from Detroit. Sneak inside. Oh, the granny seat covers. How about that? You see the big shifter, the big Hurst shifter coming up from the center tunnel there, and just a beautifully detailed car as well. That paint, chrome, trim, everything. Show ready with the torque thrust 2, wheels, 5-spoke mags, all the way around. Great car.
You know, it's interesting. I think a lot of people, when they hear Plymouth Fury, without seeing it, they think, oh, that's the big, you know, 4-door family sedan, full-size deal. Not always, and I love it.
Yeah, and you know, I really like the 62 Plymouth compared to the 61 Plymouth. We've talked about that. The styling between 61 and 62 really improved. Remember the 61 car? That was probably the car that cost Virgil Exner his job, believe it or not. He was out of Chrysler in the design department shortly after that 61 Plymouth debuted, but by 62, they gave it a lot more of a pleasing and appealing profile and appearance.
And there you go, 45 grand. Really cool way to start. We don't see those too often on our auction block, so that underscores what we were talking about a little while ago, variety.
And a little while from now, we're probably going to see a Plymouth that's even more rare than that one.
But before we get there, here is a 1951 Ford F1 pickup truck, slammed all the way to the ground. I love this look.
So much work went into this truck. Good Lord. There you see the power plant, 351 Windsor. It's got a Holley 4-barrel carburetor sitting up top there, loud and proud. A lot of extra speed equipment, including MSD ignition. And inside of the engine, you've got some forged internals as well. But that Le Mans blue paint is really what grabs your eye as soon as you see this truck. Beautifully applied, and just so much to talk about. Underneath, aftermarket parts all throughout the suspension, brake system, aftermarket exhaust system as well. And you'll notice that it's sitting so close to the ground. That's the standard ride height, but this is a truck that you can play with the ride height as well, because it has, well, just as I mentioned it, you can see, you can just make that thing as high or as low as you like.
48, Jared. 47. 48. 47,000. Anybody get 48,000?
20-inch Riddler wheels, chrome.
I have 47,000.
Listen to that exhaust.
Oh, it's got a voice.
48. I have $47,000 bid.
Look at those tailpipes.
Those got to be 5-inch exhaust outlets there.
I think you may be right.
Yeah, not a lot of back pressure going through that exhaust system. All coming out the back. Keyless entry, you see that smooth look. No graphics, no flames, pinstripes. Just a very plain but effective Le Mans blue paint job. Le Mans blue, of course, a Corvette color.
49,000 up. 50,000 up. 49 bid.
Well, Frank Mecum is on the case. At least a couple of guys are in the hunt for this pickup truck.
And that bidding way below how much went into this build.
Right? Oh, are you 50 or 49.5? 49.5.
9.5.
And the reserve is off.
Yeah.
There we go.
49.5.
Reserve comes off at 49.5.
$50,000. Now's when it counts.
Even there, that's still well under the money.
Oh, that is a steal.
51. 50 bid, you're going to get $51,000. You're going to get 50 bid, you're going to get 51.
How about that open bed that reveals all the mechanicals underneath?
Yeah, the airbag suspension. You see everything under there.
You're going to let him sneak right back in and take it after you did all the work. Give 51, sounds like Russ. Give $51,000 for it. 51. Sold $50,000.
Buy of the day thus far, and it may be tough to beat that one.
Congratulations.
Yes, calm and collected on the outside.
A churning volcano on the inside.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yep. Well, here we go with another one that's got to be talking to you, Bill. Pro Street 62 Impala.
That actually maintains somewhat of an original appearance, but that is deceiving, trust me. How about a 572 cube crate motor that's pumping out 620 horsepower? There you see it. Yeah, it sure will. And not a lot of bright work either. Not a lot of chrome or polishing or or powder coating or anything. Just a very plain black treatment there, as is the interior there. It's been restitched, of course, with beautiful leather covers on those front seats. And let's swing around here and we'll get another look at that beautiful white paint job and the Pro Street treatment. Big rubber underneath there. Art Morrison 4-link rear suspension, all adjustable. By the way, the transmission behind this is a race-tuned custom 700 R4 automatic. Front disc brakes from Bayer with a Willwood master cylinder. Like I say, the best of everything going into this build. And Scott, look at the sale price on this.
Yeah, that is almost a Pro Touring Pro Street 62 Impala.
Close enough, yeah.
I mean, with that kind of power and the detailing, my goodness. And 55K is all.
Back-to-back bargains.
Well, here's another one for us. 66 Chevelle 300 Deluxe.
Oh, boy.
That has been completely gone through.
Yeah, another one. We've had 3 in a row. Big, high-end bills. The engine in this is a 572. Again,
is it 572 o'clock?
They must be selling them outside on the street. I'm telling you, this is crazy. And another a beefed-up 700 R4 automatic transmission. By the way, they say that there's 684 horsepower lurking in that 572. Extra pieces, B&M ratchet shifter. This has got the I Did It tilt column. A lot of bills use those these days. Nice touch there. Willwood disc brakes. Rear end is from Curry with 350 gears. And this one is not going to be sold.
Okay, going to take more than 37,000. I'm going to say you got to at least have a 4 there to get serious about it.
Right.
All right, next up on the block, we have an 87 Buick Grand National that is a GNX replica. I looked at this car yesterday, and it plays the part very well.
Well, here's the thing. The market on real GNXs has gone skyward. We know that. We see them come through, especially low-mileage cars. So if you've got an 87 Buick Grand National and you can't swing a real GNX, it doesn't take a lot to get that whole GNX vibe. Probably the biggest thing are the flares and the wheels. You do that, and you'll fool a lot of people. This one has a 3.8-liter turbo V6 engine. The original GNX had 276 horsepower, very much underrated. It's got the 4-speed automatic transmission with overdrive, and even has the GNX louvers. You may have seen those on the front fender there.
Yep.
So they went the extra mile to pull off this GNX masquerade, and I think it works.
We have 45.
38,000. If you get 36. 39. 39. Now 40. Now $40,000.
You know what I think is cool?
What's that?
This comes with GNX literature. That's clever.
41.
Make something happen, 41.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
You're not from
Yeah.
around here, are you?
On a commission.
It's illegal to only bid one time in the state of Florida.
Probably not too difficult to
Get
get that either.
Probably
$41,000.
not.
$40,000 bid. 41. Now 2. 41.
I'll give you 5%. Half
41,
fee.
42. I have 41,000. Anybody get 42?
Can you get it to 44? I drug him pretty hard to get to 41.
$41,000 bid.
Maybe somebody else jumps in, but right now at 41, I'll do 5%.
42. 41. 42. I would take the reserve off if I was you. I mean, no, I'm not you, but
Sell it.
I know. The reserve is on.
Okay.
41. 42.
He thought about it and decided to take that reserve off.
You want to get 42,000.
I think it's a wise choice. I think it's market correct for a GNX replica. You know, underneath the GNX extras, it's Grand National.
And that's no slouch.
No.
But you get that GNX vibe, which...
Yeah, for a lot less than what that real GNX is going to run you.
Exactly. Okay, so 41 buys that replica, and no replica here. This is a 2024 Bronco Heritage Limited Edition.
Whoa, boy. This is loaded to the rafters. Let me tell you, there's no way I could go through the entire list of the things that this 2024 Bronco Heritage Limited has got riding on it, but it's a lot. Probably every available option on this truck.
And then some.
And then some. Look at these beautiful graphics on there, on that Yellowstone paint. Saddle interior, 2.7-liter V6, by the way, provides the power.
There are at least 3 of these on this campus this weekend, Bill. This one is a 2-door. The other 2 that I saw were both 4 doors, and they have lots and lots of upgrades. The interior, the leather on the interior, and some other features on these Broncos. Amazing. 65 grand is not going to be nearly enough here.
No, these Broncs are red hot right now, Scott, and I don't see that tapering off anytime
Nope,
soon.
I would agree. Oh, we've got a good one coming up for you tomorrow, everyone. It is a 1970 Shelby GT500 Fastback. Check it out, Bill. This is unrestored in grabber yellow, black interior, and it is an absolute beauty. 335 horse, 428 under that hood. It's going to get all of our attention tomorrow, and our coverage will begin as it did today, just 21 minutes ago at noon Eastern, here on ESPN Plus. Now, I want to show you what rolled across the block a little while ago. You want to talk about a variety? You want to talk about something we've never seen before? Look at this. This is an absolute total custom 1995 Olds Cutlass Sierra SL that has been given the full Radio Flyer wagon treatment, and the clincher on this, it sold for $35,000.
That may be a world record for a Radio Flyer wagon.
Yes, and maybe for a Cutlass Sierra
That
from
too.
1995. I don't know. That handle, by the way, comes off so you can put it in your garage. And as this was coming onto the block, I said, wow, Rutledge Wood is going to be all over this. And guess what? He is. Rutledge, this thing is street legal. Would you drive it around your hometown?
Scott, I totally would. I'll be honest, I think 35 grand is a deal for this thing. First off, the only way to get in here is you step up on the front. When you go down the side, there are no doors. But yes, hidden underneath this is, in fact, an Oldsmobile Sierra. This is a front-wheel drive Radio Flyer full custom. This thing actually went on the Hot Rod Power Tour in 2012, and I think I saw it out there when I was there with my friends at Continental Tire riding around. You know, this is one that really just sticks out, and everywhere you go, you know, kids of all ages are going to love this thing. And to your point, that's what I think makes Mecum so special. The variety is just always there. This thing even has marine-grade speakers, so everywhere you go, it's a full party. But just don't be looking for those side doors, because you're going to have to climb up right over the top, guys.
Oh, that is pretty cool. And again, it sold for 35 grand here in Kissimmee.
You know what I always say?
What's that?
Rutledge Wood.
Rutledge Wood. That's true.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, getting a good eye full of that Radio Flyer wagon. Well, let's check in again with Chris Jacobs here with another car that's coming up for us on this Mecum auction block this weekend.
Yes, sir. This one will be going across the block on Saturday, and it is proof that the Gulf livery looks good on any vehicle. This is a 1968 Ford Mustang Fastback. It's powered by a 5-liter Illuminator XS engine backed up by a 6-speed Tremec transmission, manual, of course, custom CCW wheels at all 4 corners. 18s all the way around, Willwood brakes behind those, and check out this interior. Fully race inspired. Those are Recaro seats that have been recovered, racing belts, the integrated roll cage with the removable side pipes on there. You can see that nerdy steering wheel, just very cool all the way around. Classic instrument gauges, fully customized sound system done by Sony. Just a great looking car, and once again, that Gulf livery is just such an eye catcher. Oh, and also some Kindigit design door handles just to customize it even further. Can't wait to see this one go across the block tomorrow, Scott.
It's a good looking car, Chris, no doubt about that, and we will look forward to it as well. There's a look inside the cockpit. We'll be back with more coverage live on ESPN Plus in a moment. Good crowd on hand here today on this Friday. A lot of folks out doing some shopping, and look at the variety just in that picture right there. You'll see it all on the Mecum auction block here at Osceola Heritage Park, Kissimmee, Florida. Our second trip here in 2025. Let's go back to pre-war times, Bill. 1934 Ford Cabriolet up on the block now.
And this one has not been hot rodded. This is an original car. Still has the 221 cubic inch, 90 horsepower flathead. That went up to 239 cubic inches in 1939, not long thereafter, and gave it 100 horsepower. This one with the all familiar 3-speed manual transmission that all those old vintage Fords came through with. Leather trimmed rumble seat. It's got the rumble seat in the back as well, but it's all original. And has escaped the welding torches and sawzall of the hot rodders.
I'll never forget that time we were in Monterey and a beautiful Cadillac came across just as our good friend, the late, great George Barris was walking through, and you yelled, "Keep George Barris away from that Cadillac."
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, boy.
Close bid at $36,000 in a bid.
Bill, have you ever ridden in a rumble seat, by the way?
No, and I think you asked me that at the last.
I did.
I wanted to. My friends wouldn't let me in it, so I never did.
It's wild to think which friend would you stick in the rumble seat. You know, it's a short end of a straw, it feels like.
Not a pleasant experience right over the rear wheels there.
All right, let's move on to a 1982 Corvette Collector Edition as we wind down the third generation here.
This makes me sad. This car makes me sad.
Why?
Well, in 1982, he only had one engine.
Right.
No manual transmission.
Right.
And it was the first year for the crossfire fuel injection, which luckily didn't last very long.
That was a big thud.
It was nicknamed the misfire fuel injection. But anyway, these cars are getting some chops in terms of collectability because this is the collector edition, as you see. This gives it some speciality. It's got special emblems, has the special paint treatment that you see along the hood and along the side. And look at the windshield, 4,000 miles on this as well. So that certainly gives it some collectability. You see those wheels as well. That was a fairly good attempt at trying to recapture the magic of those mid-year bolt-on and knockoff wheels.
Now offering F78 and 03.
But it's not going to sell at $31,000.
Yeah, we've seen lower mileage than this, but it's always astonishing when you get anything in single, 4, 5, 6,000 miles.
The other thing about these, Scott, is interesting is that this collector edition does have the lift-up rear glass hatch, which they did not carry through to the other models. And people would have liked that on their 82 Corvette.
Yes.
But only the collector cars had that.
All right, so that will head to Bid Goes On, and we will check in again with Chris Jacobs.
Well, Scott, the State Farm booth at Mecum Auctions always gets a lot of attention. And why is that? Well, because they always have a really cool car on display. And here at Osceola Heritage Park, it is no exception. Gorgeous 1963 Corvette, affectionately known as the kickoff of the mid-year Corvettes. Of course, instantly recognizable in coupe form due to the split window in the rear. This one is powered by a 327, backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. Beautifully restored in ermine white over a black interior. These are 1 year only factory hubcaps on this 63. And as we swing around to the front here, we see another feature that is 1 year only. These non-functional grates on the hood gives you the knowledge that that is a 1963. Again, 1 year only. Can never be disappointed when you come over to the State Farm booth here at Mecum. What a great car, and it will be crossing the block this weekend. It'll be going across on Saturday. Scott?
Very good, CJ. Thank you very much. And that white vet does certainly pop in front of that big red State Farm board here in Kissimmee.
Has an NCRS sticker on that window, so it may have gone through NCRS certification.
Very true. Here we go with a 2022 Can-Am Maverick, Bill.
Oh boy, where do we begin? This isn't the kind of thing that we see across the auction block here at Mecum very often, so it's an event whenever it rolls in. Let's talk about the power. 900cc, I guess that's a motorcycle-based 200-horse Rotax Ace 3-cylinder engine. Electronic fuel injection on that as well. 200 horsepower in a vehicle that probably doesn't weigh more than 1,000 pounds or maybe 1,200 pounds soaking wet. That'll give you a wild ride. All of the latest high-tech suspension extras on this tri. As you can see, everything is out in the open. See the coilover shocks and the control arms, and the double A-arm front suspension has a sway bar. Torsional pieces as well. So a lot of the modifications and a lot of what this little vehicle offers is underneath it.
Yeah, and you know, Bill, these side-by-side manufacturers keep kind of one-upping each other, going bigger and badder. You know, I've got a Polaris RZR Pro R at home, which was the biggest and toughest. Now Kawasaki's got a new one coming this fall, but this Can-Am is a really solid setup. It's got the glass windshield with the wiper. You can see upgraded wheels and tires. It's also got the kind of tour pack on the back, so you can actually keep your stuff in there. I have lost a few things just rocketing off the back before, but if you've not had a chance to spend a little time on one of these, go rent one, especially with your family. It is so much fun. And some people are lucky enough to be in some of the states and municipalities that will allow these on the roads. Arizona has a lot of towns and places. We pitched this idea to Top Gear several times that Adam, Tanner, and I would get one and just live life, go to the grocery store, go to the prom, whatever. We never got to do it, but I still think it's a great idea.
You know, it's probably a good thing, based on what you just said about losing stuff out the back. Good thing this guy does not have a rumble seat for you, Bill, right?
Right. I don't think that would pass inspection in Massachusetts. I mean, I've had cars where the tires protrude outside of the fender line, and I don't get an inspection sticker. This doesn't have fenders.
Right.
That's a travesty right there.
That is a travesty. It is a scandal.
Well, from one extreme to another, and that's going to be kind of a theme today, perhaps. We go from the Maverick, the side-by-side, to a 53 Corvette replica. So let's kind of decode the story here.
Well, again, you can replicate just about anything these days. There are so many manufacturers out there that are making pretty authentic reproductions of just about any classic car, and this is an example right here. It does have the fiberglass body, small block V8, which was not available in 1953, but they went with it anyway. Even has some upgrades on the engine with an Edelbrock intake manifold and some dress-up pieces underneath that hood as well. Automatic transmission, the correct polo white exterior with a red interior, as all the 53s had. And this one, pretty convincing, actually.
Yeah,
right?
You know,
yeah.
And it's not like a 54 or 55 that's been dressed up like a 53. This is a total build, pretty much from scratch.
Indeed. Yep. They've added power brakes to this, make it a little more safe. And it's got the correct full wheel covers.
Okay, same color scheme on the next car, but vastly different, clearly. A 1958 Continental Mark III, Bill.
This generation of the Lincoln Continental was winding down in a couple of years, and then they went to that whole new redesign. But these cars, there was no question, these cars were Lincoln's attempt to out-Cadillac the Cadillac in terms of styling, luxury, all of the outrageous electric features these cars had, and we're talking about 1950s technology as well. This has got the V8 engine with a tri-power setup, which Cadillac was featuring on some of their Eldorados, you might remember. Of course, an automatic transmission. It's got air conditioning.
Nice even money. You never forget what you paid for it, but they took that
Italian
spot now, so.
leather interior.
That lipstick red interior pops so well on that car. One of the things that I loved, Bill, about that generation is that it was the last stiff angularity met with sort of the Art Deco. They weren't sure, do we want to have straight lines, do we want to have curves? Let's just have them all. Let's just throw them all there.
Exactly.
What a neat ride that is.
I was looking at the scalloped kind of treatment to the front and rear fenders right around the wheels,
yes.
Especially up front. That is just so out there, man.
Well, you know, it's interesting. If you remember the 1958 Cadillac, very conservative compared to the Battlestar Galactica styling of this Lincoln. And then in 59, Cadillac went that route.
On now to a 1960 Pontiac Bonneville Convertible that has arrived for us.
Ooh, another tri-power car. This one, the Pontiac tri-power in the 389, automatic transmission. 1960 Pontiac, believe it or not, was a drag racing star. Old Jim Wangers took one to the U.S. Nationals in 1960 and won stock eliminator, but this one, not a drag racer. You can see beautiful 8-lug wheels with white wall tires on this. Name of that color is Sunset Cherry with that custom gray interior.
By the way, that's the original 389 tri-power you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the one it came with, yeah.
26, 6, 7, 1 reserve is off, 26, 7, 27.
Bill, where did the Bonneville kind of fit in with the other cars of that era? Like, was it was kind of sport adjacent, right? It was sporty. Some could really get up and move, but it also had a lot of luxury to it.
Oh, absolutely. Bunky Knudsen at Pontiac is the guy that brought in the Bonneville in 1957. And his thing was, you know what? Pontiac needs a reboot. We are too dowdy and we are too soft around the middle. And the Bonneville was born. Remember, those early Bonnevilles had fuel injection. So they did combine the luxury with the performance, and it completely changed the image of the whole Pontiac brand.
33.
Hanging on at 32 here. I think it's going to go to the gentleman there with Laura Delzell. And there it is. Yes, indeed, for $32,000.
And the top is down. Thank you very much.
Oh. Good point. We all know you notice that every time.
Well, it's such a shame when the tops are up and you don't get a look at an interior like that.
Next up for us is an 89 Pontiac Turbo Trans Am. This is an Indy 500 pace car edition from May of 89.
This was a fast car. That turbo engine, that was a hand-me-down from the Buicks, the Grand Nationals. And in 1989, they still had some left over, and they went into the Trans Ams and gave them 250 horsepower. This one with the automatic transmission with overdrive, and this with the WS6 performance suspension, which is a nice touch as well. Really helps these cars to handle so much better. It's number 147 of 1,555 pace car editions that they built that year. Commemorated the 73rd running of the Indianapolis 500, which was won by
Emerson Fittipaldi.
Attaboy.
His first of 2 victories. And actually, Bobby Unser was the guy who, a 3-time winner himself, was the guy who drove the pace car to lead the field to the green flag.
35? Okay. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much.
35 to do 36,000. Anybody else? Last call. 35. 36,000. So $35,000 in it.
Take a look here, lot F84.
All right, 35 grand at no reserve.
Market correct?
Yeah, pretty well done.
Yes.
Well, here is 1977 Bronco Sport now for us.
Yeah, Rutledge opened the show with a 1966 Bronco. That's the first year for the little SUV that really changed the face of sport utility vehicles back in the 60s. This one, 1977, and this was the, you might say, the swan song for the little boys as they went to a much bigger style with the Bronco following this. This has the 302 V8, but these were not muscle trucks by any stretch. The standard 302 in these trucks, somewhere around 130, 133 horsepower, but look at the restoration on this. That is worth mentioning as well. Frame off restoration, uncut body.
Wow.
Yeah. Mechanicals all rebuilt, power steering and brakes, and those Alcoa aluminum wheels look fabulous.
And that's a perfect stance on that one too, without the modifications. That's how it should be.
Yes, sir.
Indeed, and it brought $70,000. We'll be back with more from Kissimmee in a moment. Thanks so much for being with us today. Hope you're having a good Friday wherever you may be. We're here on ESPN Plus until 6 p.m. Eastern. Back tomorrow again, noon to 6 o'clock on ESPN Plus. How about this 71 K5 Blazer, Bill Stevens, with a 350 V8 under the hood?
Hey, Scott, you know, we talked about how the fat market looks now for Broncos. How about K5 Blazers? These are blue chip all the way when they're done up like this, and at $70,000, it's still not enough to sell it.
Not enough.
You mentioned the 350, has the automatic, it's a four-wheel drive truck. A lot of power accessories as well. Very nice, simple but clean, non-metallic blue paint with a white top.
All right, as you mentioned, 70, not enough. Let's check in with CJ, and it's Mopar preview time here, brother Chris.
Scott, got a question for you.
Yeah.
When is a Superbird not a Superbird? It's when it's a satellite dressed up to look like a Superbird. And you know what? I gotta say, it's a pretty darn good tribute to a Superbird. Nose cone, of course. It's got the wing. It's got the flares on the fenders. It's got the vinyl top. Now, the one thing that's interesting to note, this car left the factory with a 318 under the hood, column shift, but they did not upgrade it to what a power plant that came in the Superbird. It would have been either a 426 or two versions of the 440, one 4-barrel or one 6-barrel. The customizer opted to go with a 383. I guess that's all right, you know, for reliability on the street, but to truly give tribute to a Superbird, you got to go with either the Hemi or the 440. So really the only kind of drawback on this car. Otherwise, really, really nice tribute. B5 blue, got the proper wheels on there. So I got to say, I give this car its props with one small asterisk with the engine choice. Going to come across the block in just a couple minutes, and I'll be up there, give you a little bit more info on it. Scott?
Absolutely, and I knew this was coming up, and just for those of you who are into the Superbirds, there are two real ones, one an automatic, one a 4-speed, that are coming up a little bit, and both are white, actually.
Yes.
So we have you covered from all angles of the Superbird world here today.
Well, real quick in defense of that car, it does have the 383, which would have been in the Roadrunner.
Well, that's what Chris said. Yeah.
Well, he said it should have a 440 in it, or a Hemi.
Right.
Yeah. But at least it has a Roadrunner correct engine in it.
True. Speaking of engines, did you see the engine room on this 65 GTO?
Oh,
baby.
It is fire. Yo. Yep. Big motor. That is a 498 cubic inch 455 that's been bored to within an inch of its mortal life. Tremec Magnum 6-speed transmission, and on it goes underneath. Man, QA1 coilover suspension with SSBC disc brakes. Boy, those are quality pieces. Both of those are. Those packages, excellent. American Racing wheels, 18-inch offset wheels with, oh, so much other beautiful cosmetic work done from the paint job. That's called tattoo ink, that color. Look at that, huh?
And with all that, it got to 65K and did not sell.
And not a surprise.
Wow.
No, gonna take more.
So here's one for us, a 69 Cougar XR7, Bill, and I'm curious what might be under the hood of this guy.
It's got a 390. It's an S code. That's a 320 horsepower V8. This highly original XR7 here. This has not been diddled with. Automatic transmission, power, everything, windows, and steering, and brakes. Of course, those hideaway headlights, and the rim blow steering wheel, which I've had some experience with, that will drive you right over the edge.
Yes.
Because it blows when you don't want to blow it. But anyway, Ford's had them too, not only the Mercs. And the Mercury Cougar, what a history in this car. Debuted in 1967, went up to 1997. They brought it back in 99. And this one at $20,000 is coming up short.
It's funny, those rim blows blow when you want them to, but sometimes when you really need, you can't get it to work.
You can't get it to blow.
Right. Yeah. Okay, 65 Mustang time here. This one's had a little bit of work done to it, it appears.
Oh, I would love so much for this to be a K code, but it's not. No, according to the VIN, this is a C code, the 200 horsepower 289, but it's been beautifully rotisserie restored. And you saw underneath the hood all the chrome pieces underneath there. This has dual exhaust, kind of a fooler, so you might not think it's a C-coder if you're following it. Automatic transmission and power steering and AC as well. And that is a classic Ford black. That's Raven black. You saw that black on so many of the Mustangs, including the Boss 429s,
right,
with red rocker stripes and the style steel wheels. And we're not going to make the goal line on this one either.
$50,000 the high bid. You mentioned that Raven black. That, along with Wimbledon white, were the two colors that you could get in every year of the Mustang from 64 and a half all the way through 1970.
Yep. Just like red on a Viper. Every year of Viper, you could get one in red.
Yep. Okay, here's that sports satellite, and all hands on deck here that Chris was taking us through just a little while ago. Man, you are right. Seeing this under the lights, CJ, this is a total fooler.
Yeah, you know, I mean, just from looking at it from 50 feet and getting a little bit closer, you really wouldn't be able to tell the difference until you, well, I mean, obviously the VIN is a dead giveaway because that first character is an R. And the fifth character is a G, which denotes the 318 that it left the factory with. But Rut, standing here in front of it, pretty darn good tribute.
Oh, I think it looks fantastic. You know, we're lucky enough that we spend a lot of time looking at the cars online. We can see the preview, and so I got to look underneath the car. To me, what's cool, because it's a replica, you wouldn't feel bad for modifying it, making it a little better, a little different. One of the things I wonder, Chris, on the spoiler, we don't see that classic tether that would run through a lot of them that goes down to the trunk support, so I'm not sure if it's got them in there, but you know, you're like the Mopar guru. That's a pretty great looking replica, I think.
You know, it really is. And the wing, the nose cone, and the fender flares all come from the same company too, and they kind of specialize in doing that. One detail that they did get really right was this aerodynamic piece of chrome that goes above the A-pillar. It's you know, easy to miss that if you're doing a restoration. Bill?
Does that rear wing look a little higher than an original car? Is that looking like a little higher?
You know, it might just be slightly altered. We got to put them side to side to really know. Fortunately, we got a couple real ones on the show.
Welcome back to our Florida Summer Special here at Mecum Kissimmee Osceola Heritage Park. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, and Rutledge Wood back with us after 10 years of a break. And we'll be checking in with him all weekend long, and he's here with us for the duration. $76,000 for this 57 Bel Air, Bill.
And worth every cent. 350 crate engine with 365 horsepower. Tremec 5-speed, 3-pedal manual transmission with a 9-inch rear end and 4-link suspension. And even from this distance, you can just drink in the workmanship that went into this build. Got the chrome American Racing torque thrust 2s with red striped tires. Oh, does that make a picture or what, huh?
Love it. Okay, now to 62 Impala Super Sport.
Oh, how many awards has this car won? Oh, a bunch.
Do tell.
Oh, I'm telling you right now. Antique Automobile Club of America Grant National Senior First Place Award, and also those folks gave it a National First Place Award outside of the senior division. Was a Good Guys Muscle Car of the Year finalist, and of course the big story is in the engine room, that 409 horsepower 409 V8, this one with the 4-speed transmission and positive traction rear end. That's the dual quad 409, by the way. You had two choices for 409s in 62, one 4-barrel or two 4-barrels, from 360 horse up to 409.
I was just going to say that 409 just has such a magic ring to it, doesn't
Somebody
it?
should write a song about that. Yeah, look at the restoration on this. This car's perfect. This is just poetry in motion right here, and it sells.
And it sells for $67,000 to be exact. And now, Brother Bill, Your 2008 Viper SRT10 on the block.
The one thing I've always loved about Vipers, having owned one, is that each succeeding generation of the Viper gave you more horsepower. This is the 4th generation car. There was only one more generation after this, but this one right here brought you the 8.4 liter V10, bumping it up from 8.3 and from 500 horse to 600 horsepower. Venom red on the outside, beautiful black interior, leather stitched. Of course, those unforgettable dual side exhausts on these Vipers just so trick.
Brother Bill, a question for you.
Yes?
Now, I know that your most anticipated return would be the El Camino. However, with the resurgence of the SRT program at Dodge, is there a scenario where you see the return of a Viper?
Oh, well, you just gave me goose flesh. I don't think so. I just don't think Chrysler's headed in that direction anymore. They've done it well. They won international road racing with these cars. They've got credibility, they've got collectability, but
Bill, what are you talking about? There's a chance for this brand. Not only could SRT save the entire brand, for the record, they might actually make cool cars again that don't immediately fall apart at the dealership. Sorry, Chris. But you realize with Tim involved, like, there's a real chance that this car could come into a new modern era with different power and just be a contender. And you're saying, I don't think so?
2 things. Number 1, you're yelling at me. Number 2, remember, the Viper was terminated twice during its earlier life, and I think Chrysler might be a little gun-shy about bringing a car back that was never really a big sales winner.
Some of us have been terminated more than twice, and we just keep coming back.
Terminated twice means it was brought back once.
Hey,
so
listen, talk to my 2 ex-wives. They'll tell you all about it.
Oh dear. It sold for $40,000. Man, Chris, you opened a can of worms that did not expect that.
I pushed a button there.
Yes, you did. Hey, here I mentioned it sold for 40. Here's a '67 Chevy 2 Nova. Just sold for $30,000 at no reserve.
Cute little car, 327, 275 horsepower. You know, you get an L79 with a 327 in 1967, and it was similar to this, but it obviously had more horsepower. So some people sometimes mistake a car like this for an L79. This is not the L79, but look at just how sweet and harmless that car looks.
Yes, sweet and harmless. Good description.
Yeah.
62 Bel Air Resto Mod Custom here. Look at this guy.
Oh, a lot of work went into this car, I'll tell you, huh? 350 crate motor. Ooh, a lot of time was spent in that engine room. Chrome and powder coating, polishing everything up. It's got an automatic behind that engine. And Willwood Power 4-wheel disc brakes. That's an upgrade that we see so much of these days. See the aftermarket shifter right there. Looks like it might be a low car shifter, actually. Wheels are staggered. You get 18-inch in the front and 20-inch in the back. That's US Mags, the provider of those wheels as well.
Bill, what do you think about this car in the two-tone? That wheel stagger, they nailed perfectly, but with the different interior, what do you think about that two-tone?
I like it. I think it just gives the car a little bit more eyeball. Conservative, to be sure. I mean, I can think of some colors that would really jump out, but I have no problem with it. How about you?
That's a beautiful car. I mean, for $31,000, Scott.
Oh, no question about it.
Smile.
We've seen a few.
You talk about color combination. Forget about the silver on the bottom. That gunmetal gray and the red interior reminds me of what, Bill? The 57 T-Bird.
Oh, sure.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
that color combo is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, we will move on to a 2011 Corvette Grand Sport on our auction block, selling at no reserve.
Well, Scott, one of these days, a 63 Corvette Grand Sport will cross the block at Mecum, and you'd better get the AED from me.
Oh.
Because my all-time favorite car. And they brought the Grand Sport model name back a few times. 63, they did it. 96, remember those Grand Sports. In 2010, and this one would fall into that generation of Grand Sport. And back in 2017, LS3, 6.2 liter, 436 horsepowers with a 6 horsepowers. Did I really say horsepower?
I think you did. You're still thinking about the original 63s.
Something's happening to me. 6-speed manual, 134 of these Grand Sport convertibles were finished in this extra cost Inferno orange. Talking about colors. What do you think?
It's pretty sharp. You know, the coolest thing about the Grand Sport is you really got a lot of car for your money, because not everyone wants the Z06. They don't all need the insane package, but that's a lot of car for the money.
Yeah, $35,000, and you're right, Rutledge. And I'm okay with them bringing back Grand Sport as long as you get the performance that's associated with that nameplate.
I know it's your first day back with us. Be careful, though, when you say to build, not everybody wants a Z06.
Well, I've only owned one Corvette, and it was a Z06. So keep in mind, I'm not talking about me when I say that.
I know. All right, here is another 82 Corvette.
Yeah, this one is not the collector edition like the one we saw earlier. But again, it's got the 200 horse, 350 cubic inch small block with the automatic transmission, the only engine and transmission you get in 1982. This one, beautifully restored / preserved, as you can see it. Not a whole lot of miles on the odometer. If this is actual mileage, just over 24,000. Has those mirrored T-tops that people really went for back in the early 80s as the C3 generation was winding down. Leather interior, power, everything pretty much. And the polished aluminum wheels. Those wheels look good on any generation Corvette, actually. You can get them all throughout the C3 generation. I believe in 1973 these may have debuted, but any year Corvette in the C3 generation looks good with them.
Not bad, too, on the price. 18 grand.
Yeah.
Selling at no reserve. Maserati Gran Turismo S now from, believe it or not, 2010.
You make a good point. How do you really determine the year on these automobiles? Because they don't change very much between years, and they always look like a typical Italian exotic GT car. 433 horsepower out of the 4.7-liter V8 with an automatic transmission. This one loaded to the top. Nav, leather, heated seats, dual zone climate control, red brake calipers. And this is an Italian exotic that doesn't come with Italian exotic prices. Look at the board.
And they are a lot of fun to drive. I spent a weekend with one of those. And, you know, for the money, it's just becoming such a bargain sports car.
Yeah.
And, yes, of course, it's going to have kind of a list of things that you might have to keep an eye out. But that's a lot of fun. It's like the Diet Coke of a Ferrari. You know, it's like the saccharin loaded.
Yeah.
You can see it. It's there. You know, it's a cousin.
Yeah.
But, boy, for the money, you go, I feel Italian.
Yeah, I spent the weekend with an Italian exotic. Her name was Gina.
Oh, man. By the way, so you got 18 grand. You can spend it on that Maserati, or you can spend it on that 82 Corvette that was right before it.
Your choice.
Here is a 72 Nova that has arrived now. Classic early 70s color combo, Bill.
Let's talk about the horsepowers.
Yes, I know. It's rubbing off.
Now, 1972, you could not get a 454 in a Nova. You get a 350, but this has a 454. We're not told exactly what version of the 454 is in there, but you know it's going to have more power than that 350 that it would have had. Automatic transmission with vintage air and well presented. It's got rally wheels, very conservative presentation, but it's got a big block.
It's funny how that color wouldn't work on a lot of other cars, but that color with the vinyl top, the rally wheels, I mean, that's tough. That thing's perfect.
Yeah.
Yep. I had to look close. You know what would look, the interior's black, but dark green interior on that car would be super cool.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that would be like one of one.
Maybe. Yeah. 27,000, the high bid on that 72 Nova. Continental time once again as we bring you this one from 1966.
And this one with the 462 cubic inch engine. That was a 3-year engine. And then the 460 came in, and then of course as we get into later years on the Lincoln Continental, they had all different displacements for those engines. They were kind of like in a displacement war with Cadillac. In 1966, Caddy had the 429 as its biggest engine, and then they went up to 472 and then 500 cubic inches in 1970. And the folks at Ford, Lincoln Mercury, they were trying to keep pace with their displacements as well. That was the whole thing back then. It was the prestige of these automobiles a lot of times was based on the size and the horsepower of the engine. And this one right here, very original in appearance. Original interior, by the way, as the bucket seat interior with a center console and factory air conditioning, and they've upgraded it so it still blows cold.
You know, Bill, we've got some amazing folks that move these cars in and out, keeping the cars from running while they're right here in front of everybody. And they just got maybe the greatest workout of the day yet. That thing weighs so much money, but just so much style. Of course, a lot of the younger folks know it because it played such a role in the show Entourage. They had a black one, but I feel like if you own this car, you would feel like you have an entourage everywhere they go. Those suicide doors, there's just nothing like it for the back seat, I tell you what.
I know, they were such a statement styling-wise, and we saw one of the earlier generation Continentals earlier today, and those cars, such a departure from what Ford Lincoln Mercury was doing throughout the 60s. They ran this style from 61 to 69. Which is kind of a long time when you consider how short the Thunderbird generations were during that time period. But this is one style that worked for a long time.
$47,000 buys that Continental, and you are right, Rutledge. Some cars are a two-man push, some are three. That was a four-man car right there. And we'll move on to a 2012 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited, their top-level Rubicon package here, but the owners have gone way above and beyond the standard Ruby and done all sorts of modifications here.
What a trend this is, Scott. We see so many of these ultra-modified Jeeps come through here at the Mecum auction. And no expense spared on this one. The list of modifications is as long as your arm. I mean, we can start, first of all, with all of the suspension work that's been done underneath. 17-inch Pro Comp street lock wheels, Gladiator Comp tires, including the spare tire, upgraded brake system. The disc brakes have been drilled with slotted rotors, and oh man, rock crawler front bumper. Telling you, I keep going for the next 10 minutes.
Bill, what jumps out to me about this one, it's got a mild lift. It's not huge, but the wheel clearance is really what's impressive because they removed the fenders and the rear quarter panels, put on those newer kind of high access, you can see, so the articulation would still be really good on this. That's a real nice mix of usable kind of work done to it. Sometimes we just see them lifted sky high, but then they can't really use what they've done. But that's a really nice, solid setup to get to go out there, have a little fun with.
Yep.
It's going to take a little more.
19.5 is going to be where we end up with the bidding on that Rubicon. 2012. So another shoebox Chevy next. This is a 56 Bel Air that's been breathed on just a touch.
And you know what's interesting about these classic Chevys, and we say this any number of times, they're all different, and yet you see the same parts and pieces that have been used to do the builds, but they're done in a different way so that none of the cars are identical. This has the 350 crate. The camshaft's been upgraded just a little bit, aluminum intake with Phi-Tech fuel injection. March makes that beautiful serpentine belt system that we got a quick look at. And inside, beautiful job there. New custom bucket seats with a center console. Digital dash there with those beautiful digital gauges. And an updated stereo. And again, a lot of the parts and a lot of the upgrades we see on these 55 to 57 Chevys are used, but all in a different personalized way.
The nice thing about this one, I would describe the mods as pretty mild, but usable. It's got upgraded brakes in there. You can see the wheel and tire set up. But this is the kind of car that would make it great is you can actually go out there, use it, drive it, put some miles on it, take your family to a drive-in. That's what that car should be for.
Oh, yeah. It's got a very nostalgic look with a two-tone paint. And you're right, conservative and not the kind of car that's only going to be on a turntable in a car show.
Well, the high bid on the Bel Air at $32,000. And let's go absolute classic hot rodding here, Bill, with a 32 Ford Highboy.
And it's possible to build hot rods very much like this one now without one genuine Ford piece. Everything is available out there.
Exactly right.
And what you get is a very classic, very genuine looking hot rod, but all off-the-shelf pieces like this Downs fiberglass body. And it does have a steel hood. 5.3 liter LS provides the power with a 4L60E automatic with overdrive. Now, the Ford 9-inch rear axle, that's not a Ford piece. It's from New John's Industries. Fat Cat Rods chassis, powder-coated in gloss black. Pete and Jake's custom straight axle. You see what I'm getting at here. Just about every piece in some way has come out of a catalog. But the finished product looks like something that someone could have built 70 years ago.
Yep.
Did you guys see the actuators on the trunk? I mean, this is one that's really, it's got a lot of little details that are super sleek and hidden in there. But that is a beautiful ride.
It is, indeed. Very conservative wheel treatment. Steel wheels with the little baby moon hubcaps. Boy, if that doesn't take you back.
That is such a good build.
Oh, yeah, that would be the start of any rod run.
Matt Morvac, our auctioneer, has it at $41,000.
Bill, have you ever owned one of these?
You know, I never have. I admire the heck out of them, and I don't know why I never did, but no, I'm sorry I haven't. Had a lot of Corvettes. You only had one.
How are you?
The internet might come back, I don't know. But there's only one reserves off.
Okay, the consignor is behind the wheel, and he says, yep, let's take that reserve off. 43 is the number.
Wow, quite possible twice as much money went into that build.
You may be right. Regardless, somebody's going to have a lot of fun with that 32 Highboy.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kissimmee, Florida for our continuing coverage of Mecum auctions. Now, in the late 60s, both Porsche and Volkswagen were looking for replacements for their entry-level cars, the 912 and the Carmen Ghia, respectively. Well, this car, the 914, was the solution to that problem. This is a 1970 model, and only 2,637 left the factory with the 6-cylinder engine. This has that 6-cylinder, but it's not the original 6-cylinder. That would have topped out at 2 liters. This one is a 2.4-liter version sourced from a 1972 911S, backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission. Great, great drivetrain. And how great was this car? Well, in 1970, Motor Trend named it its Import Car of the Year. So cool to see such a clean example. And by the way, shout out to all my Porsche Club of America members. I was just with them at Parade in Oklahoma City, and I told them to watch the broadcast, and hopefully they are. So this one is for you guys. Scott?
Yeah, Chris, you were in pretty much Porsche heaven there last week, weren't you?
Absolutely was. It was amazing, and this car would have fit right in.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And for a long time, those 914s or 914s, were kind of overlooked, but not anymore. The Porsche folks love these cars.
Yeah, and interesting note, Scott, at the time, the 4-cylinders actually outsold the 911 at the end of its run. So yes, popular indeed.
Very true. All good. Hey, you know what? During the commercial break, I want to bring you up to date on what happened with this 2024 Silverado 3500 HD Bill, it sold for $1,075, a six-figure Chevy Silverado flatbed ramp truck.
Beautiful truck, Duramax diesel, 10-speed Allison transmission. When I see these trucks, it takes me back to the 1960s, when if you went to a drag race, you would see trucks like this hauling in the factory race cars. This was considered a top-of-the-line automobile transporter, and now still used for show cars and special interest cars.
And that is our top seller thus far today. All right, first look of the weekend for us at a 69 Camaro, and it's a good one. It is an RS Z28, real deal all the way around.
We get so many of these fabulous 1969 Camaro Z28s. Everybody knows the story on these cars by now. But just as a refresher, that's the 302 cubic inch engine with 290 factory rated horsepower, way underrated. They all had 4-speed manual transmissions in 1969, and there you see it right there. Bucket seats. Outside, Fathom Green, a very popular color for that generation of Chevy products, both the Camaros and the Chevelles. This one has the cowl induction hood. The RS car has the hideaway headlights, front and rear spoilers, and the disc brakes with rally wheels. You're right, it's a good one, Scott.
Oh. $54,000 now is the bid.
1 year only body style, and they could have hung on this for at least another 2 or 3 anyway.
A lot of activity. Bidders here in the house. Megan over there, busy on the internet in the lower left. Coming up on
I know that
60K.
the Hugger Orange is so popular in these Camaros, but this Fathom Green with the white stripes, black interior is probably my favorite color combo for a 69.
Not going to argue.
Last car on the block, 61 pound a bid. At 60 bid of his hair, not going to 61,000 a bid. At one, not going to net your last call, not going to 61
Hey,
pound.
Bill, eyeball that green. Is that how close is that to
You got her, my
the
friend.
Corvette Goodwood green from 67?
Within a shade or two.
Fairly close, yeah. Okay.
I would say.
Great color combination. We all love it. And the gentleman there loves it enough to pay $60K for it. Well done. That is a beaut.
Perhaps there were some late nights sneaking into another division's paint shop to check out what the
Industrial
shades were.
espionage.
Hey, never say never, man.
Yeah.
Here, speaking of 67, here's a Chevelle up on the auction block for us.
Yeah, this is a replica. Actually, it's an SS replica, not a real SS, but it is a real 1967 Chevy Chevelle. Got a big block, 396, automatic transmission, and a 12-bolt rear end. That's a pretty common powertrain for this year of Chevelle. 1 year only body style here. Kind of did a little refresh on the 1966, but nothing like the 1968 that came in the following year when all of the General Motors intermediate cars kind of got that ovoid, no straight lines kind of styling treatment on the outside.
68, let's not lose
It's had a few upgrades
68.
to it, some modifications. Dakota digital gauges. And you see the wheels, they upgraded those with those American Racing Torque Thrust 2s, 18-inch diameter.
Chris, I don't know about you, but I don't mind seeing a car that is not fully original with some modifications, because you know a lot of these you hurt the value so much if you mess with it.
Congratulations.
I agree. And I mean, obviously the value was there at $68,000 going across the block as a replica. You know, the car is done as if it were to come off the line as an SS, so why not?
That is strong money for SS replica.
Very.
Yeah.
It's got the look, though. It's got all the parts and pieces. Here's another Camaro. This one from that 1968 year, the tweener in between the 67 and 69 is an RS SS.
Oh, that's an L78, but I'll bet you that's had some work done to it. Factory rating 375 horsepower, and I am banking on the fact that that's got probably well over 500. Has an Edelbrock carburetor and intake, rocker rollers, stainless steel valves. They put 4-bolt mains in that block. The crank has been reworked, 12-bolt rear end, and directing all of that power to that 12-bolt rear end is a turbo 400 that's been rebuilt. Headers, turbo mufflers, and header dumps, remote dumps. You know what that means? When you want to make a little noise in the neighborhood, just pull that little lever and things get loud real quick.
I had those on my 68 Camaro that our friend Richard Wadis from Magnaflow installed for me. And boy, you could wake the entire neighbor, not just some of your neighbors, the entire neighborhood with the cutouts that I had on my 68 Camaro. That was a lot of fun.
8 out of 10 car alarms would agree. And, you know, getting back to that consignment sheet on there, 385 horsepower, I mean, that's nowhere near what it's probably putting out, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, with all those modifications. Yeah, I'm thinking, well, close to 500, it's my guess.
All right, that one brought, I believe the number was 47. And we move to a 72 Olds 442 now, boys and girls.
Yeah, all the excitement of the original muscle car era definitely winding down in 1972. So many factors involved with the oil embargo that was happening, and they were changing the way they were measuring factory horsepower from gross horsepower to net horsepower, and the engines themselves probably didn't lose as much horsepower as people are made to think. But in 1972, the 442 was definitely down from its 1970 high water mark. This one with a 350 in it with an automatic transmission. Odometer reads only about 46,000 miles. This has AC as well.
And by this era of the 442, its meaning had changed significantly as well. Originally, it was that 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed transmission, and dual exhaust. But by the time they went to the automatics, they came up with a lot of creative ways what that middle 4 represented.
Yeah, because the car debuted in 64, you're right, Chris, and that is what 442 stood for. But in 65, the next year, they went to the 400 Coupe, and you could get an automatic. So, okay, now what do we do? So it became the 400 Coupe dual exhaust and the 4-barrel carburetor. That was a long time ago. I just need a second. Just work with me.
$34,000 was the final number on that Oldsmobile. Here is a 68 Firebird 400 convertible. Look at this.
Look at this.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm looking at those wheels. Those are those aftermarket replicas of what wheels would have come on that car, the Rally 2s. That, huh? That kind of makes the car. Oh, actually, I take that back. It's got a 455 with fuel injection in it, with aluminum cylinder heads, and they've dynoed this car at 550 horsepower. Right, forget the wheels.
I wondered when you were going to get around to that.
Yeah.
Bill, can I tell you the best part about this car to me?
What?
Those TMI front seats, those changed what these cars feel like so dramatically. Those are from their sport line. I think those are the Pro Rs. I had them in my 68 Camaro, and Bill, it went from being like an okay car to being a car that was so enjoyable to drive and spend a lot of time in, because those seats have just so much more support, and matching the way that they are, that would be a fun car to spend some time in.
You know, you are such a dilettante. You know that. I'm talking about a 550 horse dyno big block, and you know these seats.
And I'm like, oh, my sciatic.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell you what.
They don't make a massaging version of those
They
seats,
might.
do
You
they?
could ask them. Trust them.
I tell you what, you punch the
Chris.
throttle in that car, and them seats better be tied down pretty tightly, man. Because
One last word about those wheels. They do kind of replicate the look, but those are 17s, so you
They're
get a lot
bigger.
more performance out of those as well.
Yeah.
All right, we got to move on to a 2010 Bentley. This is a Continental GTC Speed.
Oh, these are just the most luxurious, opulent automobiles that you can imagine. And, you know, this is a 2010. These cars are easily stickered for over $200,000, but you watch what happens if this car sells, where the final price will be. It's amazing, and these cars are usually not driven a lot, and they're given fabulous maintenance. People take care of them, and I'll tell you the truth, I almost bought one of these a couple years ago. I think I told you this, Scott. I was kind of shopping around for one. But Rutledge, please don't tell me you had one of these.
I haven't yet, but I've been like you. I'm watching the prices as they're more affordable. You know, that is so much car. The power, the speed that's in them. And because, you know, it's got some great Volkswagen heritage, you can also figure out how to actually work on them.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is, when you look at that car, it really doesn't age like a lot of other cars in that same era.
Absolutely. Absolutely. From year to year, they change so little.
$4,000.
You can have her back.
Yeah. And at $54,000, you can have the lady back. $54,000.
No.
You sure?
Not.
$54,000.
Yeah.
$54,000. Anybody does 52 to bid. Anybody get $53,000 on that
50.
car?
I need 50 on my
$53,000.
Yep.
On that Bentley, $53,000 to bid. $53,000. Yes or no? $53,000. Absolutely 52. I'll take that. $53,000 in it. If you want to get 53, is reserve off yet? Ladies and gentlemen, we got news for you. The reserve is off on that car.
Okay, the reserve is off at $52,000. I've never had one, but a friend of mine lives out in Monterey, has one of these, and I've been a passenger on a number of occasions, even from that side. You talk about power and luxury, not necessarily in that order. I mean, it's got 600 horses, but you feel like you are going to the country club.
$54,000. Get 53, $54,000 a bid. $54,000. It's going to be a long ride home for you if you don't. $54,000. However, it could be a really long ride for you on the way home if you get 54. Just saying. $54,000. It's going to be really cold on that other pillow. Is right. $54,000. We're sure. 53 bid, $54,000, and we have sold it for $53,000.
Well, they talked
sold
it over,
$53,000.
and
Paul got glazed and
53. Going to go to that gentleman right there.
Scott, I need to say something.
Yes?
Every year before Monterey, I always, and you know I'm telling the truth, I always say, you know, we need to rent a Bentley when we get out there for all of us to drive around in. You have a friend out there who has one, and you never told me. What is that all about? I'm keeping it to myself.
I'll ask him.
I don't want to ask him. I'm not trying to put your feet to the fire.
All right, here's another 56 Chevy. This one's a 210, not the top-of-the-line Bel Air, that mid-trim level, but they've done a lot of customizing here on this one.
Yeah, and a lot of builders, they like the lower trim level on these cars because you got a little less weight. Of course, the 150 takes you even lower on the food chain on these cars, but this has had a comprehensive custom build 454 big block, not often seen in some of these shoebox builds. Electronic fuel injection with a 5-speed manual. Seeing more of those today, Scott. A lot more of the 5-speed, manual transmissions, which
no
is
question
okay with me.
I really like that back window on those, Chris. The way that with that post car, the way that window comes down, just gives a real style to it.
And I don't know if you guys noticed as it drove by, side pipes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah. And those rear meats they stuffed in there were as big as they could fit without modifying it, I think.
All right, we need to take a break, and as we do, a car that's coming up a bit later in the day today, 1965 Pontiac GTO. Yep, it's got tri-power 389 from the factory. It's a 4-speed. We'll see it a little bit later on. Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee, our Florida Summer Special here on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood making his return to our lineup. We should tell you also that Danielle Trotta not with us for a couple of events. She'll be back with us in Monterey because she's off with the NASCAR circuit for a while. This 2012 Fisker Karma just hit 10 grand, but it will go to the bid goes on. And the next car will probably hit 10 grand before I finish this sentence. It is a 1963 Corvette split window coupe, Bill. 2 owners on this car.
We have never seen a split window coupe that we don't love. And how about one in Riverside red? There you see the L76 327. original cylinder heads on that engine. Comes along with the M20 wide ratio 4-speed manual transmission.
That was 340 horsepower.
Yeah, the 340 engine, yes.
Yep.
Very popular choice, by the way, in those split window coupes. Professional nut and bolt restoration, as you can see. I don't need to tell you that. There you see the later generation knockoff wheels. We always point out the fact that in 1963, no Corvettes were delivered from the factory with the knockoffs. And if you got one at the Chevy Parks counter, it had a 2-eared knockoff, not a 3-eared like that one. This has been kept in a climate-controlled building throughout much of its life.
165. You know what's interesting here, Bill? I don't see anything mentioning Bloomington Gold or NCRS.
That happens sometimes, you're right.
Yeah, so
it's not an automatic that these cars get certified at either one of those.
Exactly.
You know?
So I'm thinking if you buy it, the new owner might want to consider something like that.
I always say that. That'd be my first stop.
Yeah.
Okay. We're still good? Okay, yeah, we're still good. You know.
And look at the money here, 167.5. Find a blemish, I dare you, on this car.
167.5. That's your 155. Okay. That's like 155. I can't. Yeah. 160. I can do it. 160. Yep. It's good for you. Mecum rule 175.
Okay, all right, Greg, here's the deal. Mecum rule to you, which means if you raise your bid, no one else can bid.
We're doing the
Slam
Mecum
car
rule,
sold to you. All right, when you raise your bid to 175, it's yours.
Well, they closed it here, but obviously the Mecum rule in effect on the phone with Zach.
Any counter offer?
Raise his bid $7,500 to 175, sir. You own the split window if you want to. $175,000, and I have.
Can I offer him 170?
It is a good-looking split window, Ricky. Very good point. 175 is what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Zach, how we doing? $175,000, and I have 175.
Okay.
No, 167.5. He's going to stand firm at $167,500.
Less than a $10,000 bump there. That's.
If that had the next step up, the fuel-injected motor, I don't think it would be a problem getting it that high.
Yeah.
155. Huh? 155.
Something happened.
155.
Let him know it's for sale. A lot of stranger things have happened. Just let him know it's for
That
sale.
160.
That's the first thing you got to do. And I have, hey, reserve is off. The car's for sale.
There we go. The reserve is off.
167.5 on the telephone.
Consignor's happy with whatever the end result is going to be at this point.
170 pounds of cars for sale.
We did all the work.
172.5. 170's the bid.
Wow.
Bid online.
170.
Last chance, Greg. I know you
Bid
said
up to
no.
170 now.
Now's what counts. 170's bid. 172.5. I get
We really appreciate it,
170,000.
Greg. You helped us out doing a lot of it.
$172,500.
And I think it's going to go to the internet, Bill.
Yeah.
$170,000, Megan.
Some late inning lightning.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain to people who aren't in the room what that feels like, guys, when there's a little pause like that, when they have that communication. It is like you're on a roller coaster and it does that thing where it stops at the very top. You can see the whole park and you know they're going to let the brakes off and then it's going to go right. And it's so cool to be here in person and see those things happen.
Oh, the anticipation. You can cut it with a knife.
170 was the hammer price. By the way, speaking of late inning lightning, did you see that guy? I think it was for the Giants. Had a walk-off inside the park home run within the last week or so.
The catcher.
Incredible.
First time for that to happen
yes.
in like 77 years or something.
Never happens. Nuts. Anyway, on to this 64 65 GTO hardtop now from Pontiac. This is the one that we told you was coming up with that factory tri-power 360 horse 389 and a 4-speed.
If you were sharp-eyed, you may have noticed something about that tri-power setup that we don't normally see on these 65 tri-power GTOs. This has the owner or dealer installed Ram Air, which you could buy afterwards, was not factory installed, get it at the parts counter or have a dealer install it. And it's little metal tray that goes around the tri-power, and it seals up against the hood scoop. And if you buy it separately, they instruct you to take the baffle out of the hood scoop so that when it closes, the hood closes, it comes right over that little metal tray and gives you real ram air. Not often seen.
That hit a high bid of $57,000, but did not sell. So it will go to bid goes on. And we will investigate a 2010 Camaro Super Sport that is obviously wearing Smokey and the Bandit, modern Smokey and the Bandit livery.
Yeah, it's got the 6.2-liter LS3. 430 horsepower, but that's not really what we're paying a lot of attention to. It's that wild and crazy Firebird masquerade party on wheels that we see coming at us. What do you think, Rutledge?
You know, it's been given the Trans Am treatment, and there's something about these cars that just, when you do it right, the taillights are really nicely done on there. It does bring a big smile to your face. I always, of course, think of Burt Reynolds and just think, man, wouldn't that be cool to have a modern version of that car? And I think that's what people did with that treatment. It looks really cool. It's a fun car.
Yeah, it is. And I'm thinking, how cool would it be to have this and the original Trans Am parked in your garage right next to it?
Oh, man.
What a hot pair that would be.
Thanks, dude.
All right. That gentleman in the cowboy hat just bought it for $40,000. Nicely done. Well, we will take a quick timeout and resume our coverage here on ESPN Plus in just a moment. Welcome back to our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, and 1979 Ford Thunderbird Heritage Edition here, Bill. And I'll be honest with you, we've heard of Heritage Editions. We've seen them in the Ford GTs. The Broncos have Heritage Edition now. I didn't know they were in the Ford Thunderbird from this era.
You learn something every day.
I do.
Yep. So look at this car, 1979 Ford Thunderbird. You know, I see some Lincoln Continental in this car.
Yes.
From that same generation. The styling, the lines, everything about it kind of says Lincoln Continental. There's got to be Lincoln Continental bones underneath there, right?
Sure.
No, it's not based on a Lincoln Continental. It's based on a Torino, if you can believe that. Even though it does kind of vibe the Lincoln Continental, these Thunderbirds have nothing from the Lincoln Continental, which has been transplanted into them. But they are kind of cool cars because the styling is really held up. Takes us back to a kind of a time in American styling in the 1970s when performance was kind of like on the downside and styling had to make up for it.
10, 12, 15, 17.
The color-matched wheels on that car, particularly intriguing.
Yes, not really done that much anymore, but there you go.
Okay, to a 2002 Chevy S10 now.
Well, the odometer reads 58 miles. So let's take a look at this truck and see if maybe it does have only 58 miles on it. So far, so good.
I think so.
4.3-liter V6 with an automatic, but it doesn't look as if it's had a very rough life since 2002, that's for sure.
That bed is absolutely pristine.
Yeah.
That might be a world record for us anyway, in terms of a low mileage S10.
Yeah.
That's like a mini trucker's dream come true. There's someone in Panama City Beach right now who's like, Dad, hear me out. Roll pan, slam it, crazy 90s paint job, it will crush all summer.
Yeah, man, like that neon kit's going to look so great underneath. Yeah.
He's had that the original neon underglow kit, waiting to go on something.
Yeah, but the dad is going, no, this is a truck with 58 miles. We're leaving it like it is.
That's right. That's right.
Investment grade.
26,000 and 26.
You'll be 25.5? You sure? 58 miles.
25, last call it is.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to find another
Appreciate it.
$50
My friend Jerry's at home watching. He's recovering from gallbladder surgery, and he loves these low mileage cars sometimes. It's funny what he'll jump at.
Thank you.
But this one, it's interesting. This is one of those vehicles you have to have people that either their dad had one, their mom had one. It's got to have some sort of emotional connection because the vehicle doesn't have the same intrinsic value on the street that it does to a person who has a connection to it, right?
Yep, we see vehicles like that. You're right, man. I don't know how you would evaluate the price of that. I don't know how you would
totally.
Well, 25.5 is a place to start.
Just set the market, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. That is not unusual to see an S10, but yes, with 58 miles, my goodness. 2002 Thunderbird up next.
We're going to ask ourselves the same question again.
I know. Guess what? This is the low mileage collection.
Well, and for good reason. How about 13 miles?
Wow.
On this 2002 Ford Thunderbird. That was the first year for that new, at the time, generation T-Bird. The 3.9 liter V8 engine, 252 horsepower. Car that came to the marketplace with a lot of anticipation. People were thinking, hey, they're bringing it back. I can't wait to see what they came up with. And it was kind of like meh.
Underwhelming.
A little bit.
It was weird because the hard tops had the cool portal window.
Right.
They came in some funky colors. Now, driving it, not bad. Felt like a Thunderbird. Feels like you're driving a Lazy Boy. But my friend Dan's dad had one, and same sort of thing. He thought, well, this is going to catch on like wildfire. He had it for a few years, enjoyed it, and sold it.
Yeah, it had a 5-year run, I think. 2006, that was it.
05.
05, well, that's right, 05, 5-year run.
We'll be back in a couple minutes. Welcome back to Osceola Heritage Park, Kissimmee. Specifically, we're inside Silver Spurs Arena and very happy to be once again partnering with the great people at National Parts Depot, NPD, again for 2025. And every time we come here to Kissimmee, it's kind of like a home game for them, really, because their world headquarters is just up the road in Ocala. And right now, we want to send it over to Chris Jacobs to talk a little bit more about NPD.
Yes, Scott, and I've got a special guest. I'm lucky enough to have Rick Schmidt, the COO of National Parts Depot, with me. Rick, we're standing in front of a really nice unrestored 1979 Trans Am. You know a lot about these cars, and this one in particular.
Yeah, I own several of them with ranging miles, but this is just a really nice car. I sift through all of the cars that come to the auctions, and I find kind of the cream of the crop. This is one of them. It's a 9,000 original mile, 404-speed 79 Trans Am. 1979 was the last year for the Pontiac 400 engine. Pontiac put a hot cam in it. These were really strong running cars for their day, and they drive great. I know I drove one in high school for a few months. So the 9,000 original miles, that's a perfect sweet spot because this car still presents itself like it's almost brand new, like you'd see it on the showroom floor when it was new, which really geeks me out. I love that kind of stuff. But you can drive this and enjoy it and put several thousand miles on it, and you're not going to ruin the car. You're not going to ruin the value. You can actually have fun with this car. You get into the ultra-low mile stuff like I've got, I have to pick and choose. So I very much love this car. It's got a decal delete option, which is actually kind of rare and kind of unique. And some people love it, some people hate it and think you have to have the screaming chicken on it. I like it both ways, but if you just have to put a decal on the hood, we sell those. We've got a full restoration parts catalog for these cars, comprehensive with every last nut and bolt you would need to restore, modify, do whatever you want to do with your Trans Am.
Interesting to note that the NPD COO referenced it as a screaming chicken, because that certainly pushes the button of a lot of people who are fans of this car too. I'm definitely a decal guy, and once again, if you did want to put a decal of the Firebird on the hood once you purchase this car from Mecum Auctions. How do they do that? They go to MPD, right?
MPDlink.com, or just call us. All the phone numbers are on the website, MPDlink.com or NationalPartsDepot.com. It all takes you to us.
Rick, thanks for joining us as always. Scott, this is coming across the block pretty soon. It's going to get a lot of eyeballs being original and low mileage.
Oh, yes, indeed, guys. Thank you very much. We got to bring you up to date on what's going on the block right now. The reserve is off, Bill, on this 1972 Di Tommaso Pantera, $92,000, the current bid. We may not be done yet.
And that is close to condition 1. Look at it. Oh, it just sold. $92,000. Oh, the Pantera. What a fabulous exotic car that was. 3 years here in this country. They built them until the 90s elsewhere in the world, but the ones that made it to this country, they, you know what? That market has really caught fire because for a long time, they were, you'd have to call them hobbyist affordable, but not anymore.
351 under the hood,
Cleveland,
5-speed. Yep, 5-speed. All the good stuff, and it brought the money as well.
Yeah, a lot of them modified. This one, it's been left alone, and why change anything?
Right. Here is a 68 C10 now from Chevrolet.
Stroker, 383 stroker in there. A lot of horsepower, automatic with overdrive, the transmission, nut and bolt restoration, power disc brakes. They resprayed the blue on this car after taking it down to bare metal. That's really the best way to do it, because I can tell you something right now. A lot of shops will paint over old paint. They'll just sand it and prepare it. And you know what? If that old paint hasn't been prepared properly, you're going to have a ghost in the closet, because you're going to get bubbles and cracks and things like that. But this one, down to bare metal. Vintage air conditioning and Dakota digital gauges. Great touches on that truck, and it's going to go to bid goes on.
That's looking a lot like petty blue to me. Doesn't it?
Yeah, very close.
All right, the bid goes on, as you mentioned, on that 68. And we will next check into 1971 Chevelle.
With a 454.
Oh, nice.
This is one of those things that I always am fascinated by. Back in the muscle car era, especially around the early 70s, the succeeding years of the muscle cars saw the horsepower go down. Well, the 1970 454 Chevelle with the LS5 had 360 horsepower. In 1971, it went up to 365. Doesn't happen very often. This one, automatic transmission and power stuff, steering, front disc brakes. They upgraded the sound system, big premium sound system in there for your tunes. A cowl induction hood, and those are Riddler wheels, 20-inch diameter. Not radical, not overly modified. And originality has been preserved from the exterior dimensions, and away it goes at 45 grand.
See, here's the thing with that horsepower change. You're the Viper guy, so used to the horsepower going up and up and up. You think every car should be that way every year, right? You're so used to that.
I know, I have a problem.
All right, we are just a couple of seconds past 2 o'clock here in Central Florida. Glad you're with us here on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood. There you see our Twitter handles. By the way, I need to give Bill a shout out. You have been on fire on Instagram lately.
I'm out of control.
You are out of control, man.
Almost one a day now.
Oh, and sometimes more.
Yeah, you're right.
Vintage photographs, good stuff.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Who's been guiding you?
And I had to self-learn. That's why it's so exciting to post these things. I did it myself.
How about this 72 Mustang convertible? I love this car.
I wish the top were down, but yes, I do too. And that paint color may not be something a lot of people would be comfortable with, but I think it's great. Bright lime, it's called. And only 210 were painted in that color back in 1972. It's got 351 in it. And in 1972, it was down on power. I won't tell you how much horsepower just to spare any embarrassment, but I will tell you the year before, the 71 Boss 351. Now you're talking. So this missed by 1 year for having a real stout powertrain. Power steering and brakes with factory air. And like that color combination that you noticed, Scott, I think it really sets it apart from a lot of other Mustang convertibles we get.
Absolutely does. And no disrespect to either the Ford guys or the Mopar guys, but that with the white top and the white interior, that color has a lot of Mopar channeling going on.
You got it, yeah.
Okay, another Grand Sport. This from 2010, and this one at no reserve.
Yeah, again, it's the reintroduction of the name Grand Sport on the Corvette. 2010, it came back for a couple of years, and then we saw it again in 2017. 436 horse, LS3. 6-speed automatic transmission. This has those paddle shifters. 275 Grand Sport convertibles were finished in this cyber gray in 2010. Gives it a little bit more collectability. Got those racing style identification stripes on the front fenders. A couple of other extras, active handling package and the dual mode exhaust system.
It brought $31,000.
Well bought.
Back to the glamour era of Chevrolet pickup trucks now.
I think we missed the glamour era.
Actually, no, this is a couple years prior.
You are right.
67, my bad.
Clean up on aisle 4. Thank you, Scott.
But it is a beautifully done C10.
Man. How about those wheels? Those are knockoffs of the Halabrand kidney bean wheels. But before we get another look, we'll see the interiors. That's pretty conservative inside. But, yep, they're the Halabrand style wheels on all 4 corners. This one with a 350 crate motor with a Phi-Tech fuel injection system. A lot of builders are going to that. It's a very simple installation. Upgraded radiator, aluminum radiator, automatic transmission handling the power. Air ride suspension. And that is a hardwood pickup bed floor that we'll get a peek at right now.
Oh, yeah.
Well detailed all the way. No reserve, and it sells.
A little bit of extra pinstriping, too, on the tailgate. That's kind of a nice touch.
Very subtle.
And it does sell, so we will pause for just a few minutes. More of our Friday coverage from the Florida Summer Special just ahead. Well, there's a look down the 303 staging lane. I see a new Bronco getting ready to cross the block and some other good stuff coming up as well. On the block right now is the legendary 1976 Fiat Jolly. I mean, we've seen these from time to time. This looks like about as pro touring as you can get for a Fiat Jolly, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like those rope doors. Well, this is, cute and fun. Not a lot of practicality here, but something, if you got a summer house or you live near the beach or you want to, maybe take it down to the golf course and use it for your golf cart.
I'm almost ready to buy this, and I'm going to call my friend Rutledge Wood and say, hey, Rut, I got a car for you, brother.
It's weird. It looks like it would totally be a ripper. Like, I've never seen a Jolly and thought, that'd be fun to drive fast in, but for once, we found one.
Right, maybe. All right, on to a 1955 Chevy. We've seen the Bel Air from the shoebox era, the Tri-5 Chevys. We've seen the Bel Air. We've seen the 210. Now, here's a 150, but oh my goodness, look at this build.
Oh, fabulous engine work there. Also, the paint, that's kind of retro, but how about the underneath of this 55 Chevy? Does that measure up? We can take a quick look. Oh, that's clean, huh? See the rear end there? The differential cover on that is either powder coated or beautifully painted in gloss black. And the shock absorbers are color matched with the rest of the car, which is an extra step indeed. But car's not going to sell this time.
High bid around $50,000, and the flames the whole build kind of gives you the idea that, yeah, maybe that was put together in the 90s, early 2000s perhaps.
Yeah, because it's pro street, and that movement really got underway in the early 90s,
right,
in full force. So yeah, that would be a pretty good educated guess.
Still some work to do on it, and here is another one, a 57 Chevy 210 now.
Oh, it is showtime. 383 stroker. Take your 350, put in a 400 crank, and bada bing, bada boom, there you go. More power. Electronic fuel injection, automatic transmission, a lot of other things too that make it a premium build. Leather interior and a leather treatment in the trunk. 4-wheel disc brakes. And the folks at Rocket built those chrome wheels that have been polished out all the way around. You know, this goes back to what I said before about these shoebox Chevys. We see a lot of the same parts manufacturers being used, but the finished product, everybody has a different slant on it.
All right, here is 1959 Ford Ranch Wagon. Total custom build here, Bill. Where do you begin?
Well, the first thing that goes through my head is that this would look right at home at the SEMA show.
True.
This is a very clever build on a vehicle that usually doesn't get this kind of treatment. Ford Racing 390 V8, about 520 horsepower on tap there. C6 automatic, Curry, 9-inch rear end. That is a bulletproof engine combination and drivetrain combination right there. That is Planet Green and Orion Silver. Boy, that's appropriate. Tan leather interior, headers, dual exhaust. Fat Man Fabrications with a Mustang 2 independent front suspension with coilovers. Again, an extra step that gives you a lot of flexibility in your build when you go that way.
Bill, take a look. Getting inside a little tricky because it's, of course, got the shaved door handles. But when you look in there and then you look in the back seat, see how those seats are really smoothed in there? I mean, a lot of great touches for a wagon. But, you know, as a wagon guy myself, this thing is long, it is low. The way that they follow the paint with the body lines here on a car that's not classically great looking from afar, they really did improve the looks in a huge way, just making real subtle touches with how they change those body lines with the paint color.
I don't know if you've noticed, but you do have a seat fixation today, Rutledge.
Well,
you know, something going on here. You don't have to explain it. It's okay. Just be aware of it.
I just want to point out, like, I thought, it was like a roadster style back seat.
It's got the fairings, but yeah.
Right, the fairings instead of the bench back there, and I like the rear facing bench. I was a big Buick Roadmaster wagon fan. I grew up in the era where you made faces at the car behind you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Now you can't do that. That's a good way to get yourself shot. So
that's right.
I tell my kids we face forward, we don't look at anyone.
Well, the thing about those third seats that face backwards, they made kids car sick, from what I can remember.
Oh yeah.
You know, the motion was just.
It's weird. There's a lot more kids that get car sick today now that we don't have the rear facing ones. Maybe we should bring it back.
I don't know.
It's a thought.
Let me give that some thought.
Hey, here's another one of these 24 Bronco Heritage Limited cars, SUVs, sorry.
Well, you know, when Ford decided to bring back the Bronco, in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, they'll just sort of take the Bronco that we remember, kind of give it a few little extra modern touches and kind of dress it up a little bit. Yeah. Look at what we get now with these Broncos, Rutledge.
It's pretty interesting. You know, I didn't exactly know what they were going after with when they first announced them, but it is definitely in direct competition with the Wrangler.
Well, and to your point, Ford surveyed a bunch of Wrangler owners, and they said, hey, if you're going to build something else, what would you do different? How would you improve it?
Sure.
And that's what you're looking at right there.
Yeah, and really, you know, what they were able to do was sort of take a new spot and go, okay, well, we don't have to stick to the same heritage that the Wrangler did. Let's sort of rethink how families use this. I've got a bunch of friends that have them, seem to really enjoy them.
Absolutely.
You know, the Raptor version is a whole nother monster.
Oh, my
but
gosh.
They look cool, and they've oddly brought the prices down of the older ones in a way that I didn't think we would see.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. That's the R version, by the way. That gives you 4 extra inches of altitude on that build. That's just one of the extra steps they did on that Bronco.
And it's going to take more than $65,000 to buy that one. Oh, good Corvette coming up here, everyone. It's a 1970 LT1, an NCRS Top Flight car, too. That's a 370 horse 350 4-speed backing that up. It's a convertible. Oh, my goodness. What a beauty. It'll be on the way here in very short order for us. maybe within the next 20 minutes or less. Part of today's coverage. Here is a 1970 Mach 1 that's on the block right now.
351 cubic inch M code V8 engine, but I want to point out the 5-speed manual transmission, which of course was not available in 1970, as we all know. Yellow on the outside, black on the inside. This has AC and power steering and other things to improve the drivability, such as power brakes. There you see the interior shifting there. Ready for road work. Magnum 500 wheels and the raised white letter BF Goodrich performance radials.
You know, it's interesting. These were always cars that I kind of dug, but I wasn't so sure about because it was kind of in between those Mustang years for me. And then my buddy Vaughn Gittin Jr. built his RTR Fun Haver version of one, and it made me see them completely differently. Of course, it had like the modern illuminator in there, and it, he built it to get sideways and shred tires. But they do really grow on you the more you learn about them and you're around them. Certainly at Mecum.
Well, the 1969 and 70 Mustangs, and particularly the Mach 1s, are considered to be probably the most appealing styling that the Mustang had throughout a long time. They went to that different body style in 1971, and a lot of people said, oh, what do they do? But this style right here, it's a winner.
So we'll move on to a 1970 Challenger convertible, humongous cubes here, Bill. I'll let you cover that, and then we'll continue the discussion.
Oh, boy. 572 cubic inch Generation 2 Hemi with a 4-speed manual transmission and great detailing and preparation. How about that red interior? Offsetting the fabulous metallic paint job. Just smothering that Challenger.
How about those rear wheels, Bill? I mean, look at the lip on those.
Man, oh, man. Yeah, and without having to do any surgery on the wheel wells, they found a way to get. I'm thinking maybe that's a narrowed rear end or mini tub or something. I don't know, but
could be.
That is a wide tire underneath there. And as you mentioned, Rutledge, look at the lip on the wheel.
I think they're just trying to keep traction. When you got that 572 Hemi under the hood,
yeah, that's not enough.
Wow.
That's not enough rubber, even as big as it is. Yeah, you could vaporize those in no time.
$85 is the bid.
On the car off the block. 90, baby, but 95, bullet 95. Now $100,000, sir. 100.
Kind of gray billboards. I love the red Hemi call out on the rear.
Yes, that's a nice touch.
That whole visual, because that red Hemi call out talks to the interior so well.
Wish the top was down though. Wow.
Were these cars, Bill, that you really dug when you were younger? When these were out on the streets, was this one that really piqued your interest?
1970 Rutledge, I'm telling you, every manufacturer was coming out with something that would stop your clock. That was the high water mark for Detroit performance, and Mopar, Hemi Cuda, Hemi Challenger. It changed the whole dynamic of street muscle, and these are the cars that help do it.
Your reserve's 130.
I'll have to check with my paperwork there, but I bet you was on 40.
Got it right here. It's 130.
Okay.
117.5.
The most gorgeous 70 Dodge Challenger convertible that we've had come across the block today.
Well, for sure today.
What's the reserve say up there? What's the reserve say up there? 130. Okay. Mecum rule 130 because he's trying to say it's 140.
Okay. Anybody else? 120. Going to close the bid at 117,500. But wait!
Talk to me, Jimmy.
Yeah, but wait, there's more.
Talk to me.
Mecum rules in effect, sir.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
I appreciate your bid of $117,500. I really, really do. It's just not enough.
Thanks.
Now, the man wanted a lot more.
Okay.
But if you'll raise your bid to $130,000, I will drop the hammer and sell it to you immediately. $130,000. And that beautiful, beautiful Challenger will be yours. How many people think he should raise his bid to 130,000?
A lot of fans, Skip. A lot of fans. No.
That's the Mecum rule in a nutshell.
All right, so
there is
we
a
all agree
subsection
you
to
should
this.
spend more money.
Do you want to try anywhere?
Raise your bid to
$130,000,
$130,000, and I will sell it
try
to
like
you.
125. We can see if they offer that and see if they'll let that go.
Perhaps you would like to take another.
If you
quick
don't, I'll
I'll
have
top
to
out.
stand up here and beg
I
and
do appreciate
ridicule. And, you know,
Heck of an
do all the
effort.
things.
Heck of an effort on it.
Talk about being a
Exactly right.
easy.
You're absolutely right. You want to try them at even 120, 130.
Sir, you raise your bid to
$130,000
$130,000 and be the proud new owner of that beautiful Challenger.
Gorgeous car.
Yes.
Well,
not looking
Alex
good, Jim.
McLaughlin giving him plenty of options in the upper left there.
How about we
But
like
he's
give him something? How about
digging in.
125?
I like it. I like it.
Let's do that.
You don't like it. I
Let's
noticed
raise
that.
to
I know.
125 and buy the car. Let's do
He
that.
thinks I didn't ask that. He's trying to
Yeah.
say what I didn't already
Yeah,
did.
you see, shouldn't we do that?
No.
I mean, really.
All tapped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're live
I
on
think they're
television.
done.
Shouldn't we do that? Yeah. Yes.
Oh, everybody
Yes,
wants you to spend your money. Isn't that how it goes?
They spend his money easily.
They do, don't they? Don't they?
Kick him some contribution.
Right, exactly. I'll take an offering plate out.
It's 117.
$5,000. We raise it to 120. He's staying at 117,000.
Where did the bid go wrong?
Top down.
Because I think that's a fair offer.
I do too, Jim.
All right,
I really do.
the consigner
Righteous.
has said, let's send it over to bid goes on, and the guy with that bid at 117.5 is not moving anywhere, it seems. So, well, here comes Frank Mecum.
So at his reserve's 130. At 130, he would net 117. He's not willing to do that. So at 117, I'm going to move you to 130. Listen. But you're still going to pay from 117, so it's the same thing. So at 117, you're already at 130, and I'm going to do the same thing. So you're 130 total.
I'm doing what now?
You're 130 total, which is the same as 117. Huh? So I'm taking the commission out.
Oh, on his side?
Yeah,
On my side.
on your side, so I can show him the reserve.
Can we resell it?
No. It's the same
I'm not
thing.
sure how you're going to explain it to Terry is my problem.
No, I need your help with that.
You're at 117, so it's the same thing.
No commission plus sales tax.
I can't do sales tax. That's between you.
No, I understand that. 117 plus 7, that's on my end. 117 plus 7.
117.5. I'm charging you 130 total, which is the same thing as 117.5. But I've got to show the bid at 130.
Right, well, I'm not paying the 130. Well,
You already are. At 117.5, you already are paying 130
that's with what?
with the commission.
Right.
So I'm going to show you a 130, but it's 130 total. Same thing.
Plus sales tax.
Yes.
My dealership, you don't have to worry about tax. You buy it on my number. Goes to my
Yes.
dealership.
There you go.
I'll be stroking a check for 117.5.
No, you're going to stroke a check for 130, which is what you're already at.
Let's close it. No.
Let's move on to the next.
Okay.
All right, Tim, let's move on.
Okay, well, Frank laid it out there, and that gentleman didn't want to go there. So we'll let it go at 117.5.
Scott, what is the Mecum rule? I heard you say that. How does it work?
You know, that's an interesting point because that was just brought into play a few years ago. Mecum rule basically, in that case, that car or any car, if the high bidder is short of the mark, they give that guy the option to up his own bid to get to what the consignor wants, and immediately the car sells. Nobody else can bid on whatever the number is. That's
It's
the Mecum
essentially
rule.
like a buy it now
Correct.
option
Exactly.
within the auction.
And you eliminate everybody else when you do that.
And Frank was he's a shrewd negotiator. I like what he's doing. He's basically trying to say, you're going to be at the same number, but it will feel different, but it's not.
Exactly.
Really interesting. The Mecum rule. All right, cool.
This is a 67 Olds 442 W30.
Oh, what a car.
Yeah.
Previously owned and registered by Charlie Shane in a private collection.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Boy, if this car could talk, Bill.
Yeah. Anything underneath those seats we should know?
I think it runs on tiger's blood.
Oh, dear. Anyway, going to the bid goes on regardless.
Yeah, and with all that, we probably need to take a break here. What do you think?
I think it's a good idea.
Good crowd here in the building on this Friday for the Mecum, Florida Summer Special as we continue with our coverage on ESPN Plus. And a 1960 Chevy Bel Air. It kind of looks a little bit like a sleeper, perhaps, Bill, but...
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of voodoo going on here. We've seen some really inventive builds here today. Resto mods and Pro Touring car, at least one of those. And this one has a second-gen Z28 LT1 350 in it. Yeah, remember the LT1 in the Camaro Z28 in 1970 ushered in that 350 cubic inch engine in the Z28s, and this 60 Chevrolet has that engine with a Holly and a dual snorkel air cleaner and a turbo 350 automatic transmission, and that car is sunk to the ground.
What a great stance on that thing, Bill. Is that, if this was your car, would you have it riding like that?
I would. Just as low as I could make it, you know, and I actually have airlift in my Grand Cherokee. And I love the fact that depending on how I want it to look, I can adjust the ride height and make it, you know, look like an earth hugger like this or whatever I feel. So, yeah.
Is that Grand Cherokee an SRT8?
It's a 2018 that I bought a year ago in Harrisburg. It's got 950 horsepower.
My goodness, I do think it's worth it. It's like the Barry Bonds asterisk. I don't think you could just say my Grand Cherokee, right? It's got like, you need to qualify that a bit.
Well,
yeah, there's more to it.
You don't want to say track hawk? I mean, it feels like there's a lot going on here.
It started as an SRT, not a track hawk, but it's got the blower, it's got the internals, all that stuff.
You're my fan.
And he's been on the show circuit with that car.
I'm out every week.
Almost every day.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
41,000 just bought that Bel Air. That may be why you're so active on Instagram lately, because you got this cool car now and you want to show it off.
You know, you found me out.
Okay, here is the 1970 Porsche 914, the six-cylinder version that Chris Jacobs gave us a once-over on a little while ago. And look at the money already here. Rutledge here down with this car. And I mentioned earlier that a few years ago, the 914s were not necessarily desirable, but not anymore.
No, Chris was right. You know, he's got such a great eye for cars, and when he spotted this one, with that six-cylinder in this one, it's just a completely different beast. You go from feeling like driving an old VW Bug with the top cut off to really being in a performance Porsche. And the red seats, this car is a really stout setup. That would be one that I'd love to have in my garage.
It's a beauty.
Yeah, you know, these cars were kind of like Rodney Dangerfield for a while with those four cylinders. And then when the six-cylinder came along, yeah, it got to be a much more respected automobile, no question.
Well, a high bid of 81 or 82, I think, but not going to sell here regardless. So we will move our attention to a 68 Chevelle convertible.
And this one has a 350 in it, small block, with an automatic and a B&M shifter. The color is butternut yellow, and the black racing stripes, and a black soft top. Suspension, it's been modified a little bit. You can probably tell just by the way it sits. 10-spoke wheels with black accenting. Really stand right out. There you see the inside of the car with that B&M shifter, drag racing style shifter, and that little tiny leather on the front there. Next to the main shifter lever, that is the reverse lockout to make sure you don't accidentally hit reverse.
40, 130 down to bed, get it at 40 pounds and out of bed. Anybody else?
We're going to get close. We're close.
I like that butternut color on there.
Yeah, I think that's a GM color. I think I've seen it on other cars, but yes. Not too bright, not too overbearing.
Oh, that's, we see that often.
Yeah.
41, 41, 41. Grab it, owner.
I like the stance on this car too. The wheels are giving it enough kind of attitude that you know it's a little something different than what you might see at another car show.
Yep. Little California rake down in the front. Yep.
And even like the exhaust tips are kind of that sort of smaller oval shape, kind of almost like a rectangular with rounded edges there in the back.
Yep.
That looks nice on there.
Yeah, it does. And the top's not down. I wish it was, but too late.
Well, the high bid on that car, $40,000. And we will double click now on this 93 Mazda RX-7. It's a little unusual car here, not a kind of a limited production car.
Well, number one, I remember when these debuted, this generation of the RX-7, and they were little screamers. Used to see them at the autocrosses all the time and in Solo 1, Solo 2 competition. This is kind of like a Rutledge wood car, if you ask me. I can see them tearing it up in this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this has always been on my list of dream cars. Huge twin turbo setup under the hood. This one has the JDM front bumper with that front plate recessed in there. It's got the newer Japanese front turn signals on there. What's cool is that you so rarely see these now with this sort of level of originality. Even though, yes, it's been modified under hood, it still has the rotary. A lot of people were dropping LSs in these and change the value, but still, you know, on the street for one that's not running and is shredded up, you're looking at 25, 30 grand easily, and people will pay it. So this is a beautiful car. Plus, with all the kind of imports of the right-hand drive ones, these cars are coming a little bit more affordable, but when you have that sort of sensation of speed in a right-hand drive car in a left-hand drive country, it is a very different mix. So this is a great setup right here.
Have you ever heard one of these wankles with open exhaust?
Oh, it is a thing of beauty.
It's like Satan's own shop vac. Oh, man.
It really is.
Yep.
It really is. My friend Hurt, that people know from Hoonigan and our show Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge, he's got, I think, 3 or 4 RX-7s. He did a song with T-Pain called Baby Got Brap, because the sound that these make at idle has sort of a brap, 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 brap.
Yeah.
That's the sound. So, yeah, this, I believe you would be correct to say this baby's got brap.
Oh, it does. Bid goes on, Scott?
Yeah, I believe so. 55,000. And on now to 2023 F-150 Black Ops.
Well, you know, based on, you know, the headlines that we're getting every day, it was only a matter of time before we got a Black Ops version of an F-150, and here it is. Turbo 3.5-liter V6, 4-wheel drive, automatic transmission, and black everywhere. Black outside, black leather interior, carbon fiber interior package. And, you know, some fun stuff, too. Sirius XM radio, AM, FM stereo, Apple CarPlay with Android Auto connectivity, and power options as well. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to get close to 6 figures for this to get a new owner.
63.
Got some work to do. We're at 63 now.
65, 63 pounds, another 60. Going to get 4. Going to get 64. 63, 64. 63 pounds, another down, 4 to bed. 60, yep, reserve is off. 63, 64, 64 pounds, another 10 of it out. 63 pound, another down, 4. 63 pound, another down, 64 pounds, another bed.
Well, the reserve's off, Bill, so that's kind of a surprise.
Yeah.
Holy cats.
63
And it sells.
Man, another big bargain. We've had a bunch today.
Corvette Roadster, 350 under the hood.
All right, 63 for it.
15 pounds of dollars started, 20 pounds again, 20,
Up on the block now, 1955 Corvette.
Scott, when we see these now, we have to ask, is that a real one or a replica?
Absolutely right. And I was asking myself that question before you said it.
Yeah, well, you know what? This does not have a Chevy VIN. So I'm here to tell you that is not a Chevy-built Corvette we're looking at. Has a 350 in it, but of course you could put a 350 in anything you want.
Sure.
700 R4 automatic. Sirius XM sound system. And a couple of other things like power steering and brakes. But it really hasn't deviated too much from the look of a 55 Corvette. Of course, 55 the first year, get a V8 in a Corvette, but wasn't a 350.
You know, the first thing that jumped out at me was the chrome. It's not chrome.
Yeah, it's a
not
dull
chromy
finish.
enough.
Yeah. Almost a painted look.
And it made me think, wow, I wonder if this is a replica. The frame around the windshield, the front windshield, looks a little different.
Yeah.
So
almost like a pewter kind of a color.
A little bit.
Versus a chrome.
Yeah. All right, next on the block, 1979 Trans Am. Is this the one that Rick and Chris were talking about earlier without the screaming chicken?
Yeah, they already took us for a little bit of a tour of this car earlier with the 400 Cube V8. This was the last year for that engine. Boy, did things change a lot the following year for the Trans Am. This has that WS6 performance package, which always gives it a little bit more grunt. And once again, the odometer under 10,000 miles, 9,861 currently showing.
And Chris pointed out, I'm sorry, that it has the decal delete. That's why it does not have the Phoenix there on the hood.
Yep.
And it's kind of wild because in some angles you're like, oh, something's missing. And then you go, oh, no, but that's kind of cool that was a specialty delete. But let's be honest, if it was me, I'd go to MPD immediately and get that bird on the hood.
Okay.
I have a hood of a Trans Am hanging in my garage because I wanted the bird so much.
And Rutledge, just make sure you get the right one. There are 39 different variations of the hood decal.
Wow. Chris, I did not know that. That is incredible.
Yeah. They've got some with no head, only one wing, no legs.
Oh, my goodness.
All different.
Where all the Trans Am owners say, how dare you, Bill?
I know, I'm in trouble.
I used to think I'd get if I ever got a real big tattoo, I'd just get the bird shoulder blade to shoulder blade on my back. But I think the movie Joe Dirt kind of put me in a different direction.
I think John Wick has something like that.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Scott?
None for me, thanks.
He's setting this one up.
47 was the high bid, by the way, on that Trans Am. Here's that 1970 LT1 Corvette convertible build that we've already discussed a little bit.
Oh, this is so sweet. NCRS Top Flight with a score of 97.6 out of 100. Yep, and Al Grenning has given this engine his affirmation. Of course, Al, well known within the Corvette community.
Very.
You know, one of the all-time knowledgeable Corvette experts. Best of Show winner, the Lake Mirror Classic Concours d'Elegance. So we can talk about all the awards that this car has won, but just looking at it tells you how great an LT1 this is. This is the year to have if you're looking for horsepower.
You know, the thing that jumps out at me, and normally I agree with you on put the top down, Bill, but with this color combination, I think that top up is okay in this case.
Yeah, I would agree with you there.
It makes those stripes on the pinstripes on the hood kind of pop a little more. Guys, I keep hearing that air horn go off. What does that mean, Scott?
That is a signal that there is a telephone bidder in the mix down at the other end of the block.
Seems like we might have a few.
Yes.
So when you talk about the quality of this Corvette, obviously there's a lot of people that are watching this car.
102 Aston, 105.
370 horse, small block, 4-speed, original rally wheels, and those Firestone wide oval tires.
You're like a little kid at the fireworks show that's never heard fireworks before.
Well, who doesn't love a good air horn? It's so exciting. I always tell people, going to a Mecum auction, it is an event. There's stuff you can do everywhere.
We got it.
The energy's real.
And we try to show you as much as we can on television, but it's impossible to do everything that you can experience at a Mecum auction in person. Yes, thank you. And $105,000 for that Corvette, Bill.
The deal has been sealed. Wow, good work, whoever bought that Corvette.
40, 30, get 30 pounds in. 30 pounds and out of it. 10,
Well, here is 1966 Sunbeam Tiger Mark I.
The Sunbeam Tiger, as we've talked about any number of times, was the Roots family's answer to the Cobra. Old man Roots owned Sunbeam, and he and his son decided, you know, that Carroll Shelby's just burning up the world with a Cobra. Maybe we can do that with a Sunbeam Alpine. They called Shelby, got some help from him and Ken Miles. This one is a Mark I. Originally came with a 260 horsepower Ford V8, which was about 150 horse, give or take. But this has had the 289 conversion, which happened to a lot of these early Sunbeam Tigers with a 4-speed manual. Gold on the outside, not an original color, obviously. That actually, Rutledge looks like a candy apple gold, doesn't it?
And under the lights, it's got a pop. But for a minute, I almost thought it was atomic orange from a Corvette, the way the lights were hitting it. But these are such cool cars.
Yeah, they are. They're the pocket rockets. Some of them get a lot of horsepower. In fact, almost too much for a car with such short wheelbase. Makes them a real handful, but I'd be willing to take that challenge. You know me.
Oh, yeah. Well, this one sells for $30,000. I want to take that Sunbeam and the next car and take it out in the parking, them out in the parking lot and race them a little bit today. 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider Veloce, Bill.
Ah, bene. I think the Alpha's a little outpowered by that Sunbeam Tiger, but it'd be fun to watch at least for a little while.
It would.
90 horsepower out of the 1.3-liter inline 4. 5-year restoration by the Alpha experts at Mass Restorations right in Las Vegas. A lot of work went into that engine. Top end of that engine completed by Norm's Racing. The bottom end was worked on by Universal Automotive and Rebuilding. Twin choke Weber carburetors, the DCOE2s, 4-speed manual.
Did you say Mr. Norms or just Norms?
No, just Norms.
Oh, okay. just want to make sure.
Yeah, he did. Mr. Norm didn't get into the Alpha market.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Those Alphas always just had such a neat shape to it, and that's one of those cars that, unless it had a period-correct racing wheel on it, those steel wheels really are perfect on the car with the hubcaps too. Just they look right. That's what the car is supposed to look like.
Can we lift the reserve?
Italian styling, hard to go wrong.
Bid at 95. Megan on the internet has the high bid at the moment.
Take the reserve.
And the consignor apparently on the other end of that phone has okayed the reserve to come off.
That is strong money. Not that I'm intimately familiar with the Alpha market since we don't really get a lot of them, but yeah, that seems to be a pretty good number for the consignor.
Wow. Almost a 6-figure little Giulietta.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Well, on the block right now, a chance for us to zoom in on a 1969 VW Type 2 bus. You know what? Like every other car is one that Rutledge could have in his garage today. Almost every other car.
This is one I really wish I could. You know, this one was actually finished into a 23 window in 2025. And you can see it's got the sliding rag top in there. It's the camper setup. I've got a 66 double cab pickup at home, but this is really what would make it so fun, because not only can you bring the family with you, you can also sleep in this thing. It's got the front and rear roof racks. It's got the Whittle Wada if you want to climb up in the back. You might need a little ladder, but man, it's so cool to see the way that these things are loved. It also has the prison bars, we call them, in the back windows here to keep everything kind of safe inside there. That's a neat little setup for sure.
Oh, a lot of care went into that build. You can see that from bumper to bumper. This is not a German-built bus, of course, these Type 2s, South American built. But still, when they're done like this, they get some pretty impressive money, and this is going to sell, and we're sitting at 58 right now.
And a great color palette, too. You know, it really shows off still the lines with the kind of creamy roof color there. That thing's neat.
Well, it sells for $58,000. That's got a little bit of everything. Kind of like this entire event so far today. We'll have more of it coming up live on ESPN Plus here in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kissimmee, Florida for our continuing coverage of the Mecum Auctions Florida Summer Special. And I'm here in the Dodge booth. Let's take a little walk down Dodge memory lane, starting off with this 1970 Challenger. Left the factory as a 318, but it's been nicely upgraded to a 340 under the hood RTSE badging. It is an automatic transmission backing up that 340. And how about this bad boy, 2023 SRT Hellcat Jailbreak, making over 700 horsepower out of that 6.2-liter supercharged V8. That is a sunroof car done up in Tor Red. And finally, no, it's not just a D170. This one got into the hands of Drop Top Customs, and it is a D170 convertible. Imagine using all of that 1,025 horsepower with the top down. I'm willing to do it. How about you? Wide in the rear, narrow in the front, only 3,000 of them made. What a car, especially in the drop top version. All of these are going to be going across the block tomorrow, Saturday. Make sure to look out for them, and hats off to Dodge.
Yes, sir, Chris Jacobs, and we want to give them some extra love. They are the official automotive manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions, and a lot of breaking news going on with that company. Tim Kuniskis back as the CEO of Stellantis North America. They're bringing back the SRT program. Chris is going ape about that. We all are, really. And you kind of wondered when he stepped away about a year or year and a half ago almost. It was pretty quiet after that, but I thought there was something going on there. And here we are, middle of 25. And
hey, you know what? I give Stellantis credit for sort of redirecting where they're going based on what they had previously planned. That really wasn't getting a lot of, props from the community.
And that's where I go to, as we take a look at the 72 Corvette at 24.5, that's where I go back to, there was something going on there. It was just maybe a smoke screen for a minute, don't know. But it's great to see it.
Brighter days are ahead.
You said it, man. 24.5 and brighter days are ahead for the new owner of that car. They're going to have fun with that 72.
Yeah, you know, it's got the vinyl hardtop, which we don't often see. Yep.
68 Mustang GT now.
Well,
55, 52, 55, 55 pounds an hour.
Yes. I'm sorry. It's a 68 Mustang GT, by the way.
Yeah.
Has the S code 390 in it. But I'm not going to give you the factory rated horsepower because it's had a little work done to it. Got a roller cam in it now, some other little speed goodies as well. And 5-speed manual transmission, has overdrive as well, has an aftermarket clutch. And, oh, it's one of those Dynacord bodies that we hear so much about. Dynacord makes a great reproduction of the classic Mustang body.
Look at that.
And that could fool an expert there, let me tell you. Lots of other changes as well. And it's got those 10-spoke Shelby-esque wheels all the way around the car.
That is a terrific look.
Highland green. Talk about that color, too.
A couple times.
That's Steve McQueen green.
Yes, it is. $77,000. Look at the number there on a not far from original 68 Mustang GT.
Right.
Yeah. It really looks the part.
Not a 428 Cobra Jet, not a Shaker hood. Yeah, I'm sorry, prior. Go ahead.
I'll flip you for it.
No, you're probably going to say something that's probably going to make more sense than what I am.
No, I was just going to say aftermarket air conditioning. It's been
AC's been added. Yeah. No, that's worth mentioning. I was going to say prior to 1968, the 390 was the big dog. 428 came in at 68.
You want 80?
Yeah, tell me to give me 80.
Yeah.
You're asking about.
Okay.
Take the reserve off.
I got it right. Reserve is off. 85, 87, 87 pounds a dollar. 87 pounds a dollar, sir. 85, 87, 85. Reserve is off. 87 pounds a dollar. You want two? 87 pounds a dollar. Anybody else? Sold. 85 pounds a dollar. Sold.
All right. I tell
Hey,
you
who are you
what,
looking for? Who are you looking for?
pretty good for an
Yeah.
aftermarket body. A lot of extra stuff that from the aftermarket. Not a real GT, but
Nope.
man, it looks good and it brought the money.
Well, you know, that speaks to the quality of that Dynacorn body.
True. Okay, on to a 69 GTO.
Painted in what looks like a Judge color, the carousel red, but it's not a Judge. It's got a Ram Air 4 in it, though. Ram Air 4 is 370 horsepower. Frame-off restoration on this car, as you can see. There you see the power plant. But not a lot of other modifications or things that would take it, you know, pretty far afield from what you'd expect from a 69 Goat.
High bid here at $50,000, and that's just a couple of decals away from being a Judge replica.
Yeah, it's well on its way.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes on the heels of that GTO, a 72 Camaro. And it has been a good day for big cubes here on our Mecum auction block, hasn't it?
Well, this Camaro here is going to be a top street eliminator somewhere in this great country of ours with that 468 cubic inch V8 underneath the hood. That's a 454 that's been punched out to 468 cubes. Holly Sniper fuel injection, 700 R4 automatic transmission, that overdrive transmission from GM that has been upgraded by FTI, including their 9-inch billet torque converter. QA1 coilover conversion on the front suspension. Rear end's been built up, Torsen and positive traction. That's aftermarket posi in it. 373 gears, Willwood master cylinder. You probably get the impression right now there has been a lot of craftsmanship that has been baked into this 72 Camaro. A few extra little touches, 4-core aluminum radiator with fans. Subframe connectors have been welded in to keep the rigidity. Drive shaft loop, that's been welded in. That's a loop that goes just behind the front U-joint so that, you know, on one of those burnouts or one of those crazy launches off the starting line, if you break that front U-joint, the drive shaft doesn't dig into the ground and you do a 4-wheel pole vault.
I'd get it at 30, reserve is hot, 36.8, and a 30-pound, I'd get a bit of a 30-pound, and 6 here, I'd get a bit of a 38,000. Sold 36, sold 36,000.
All right, 36,000 seems
174.
Very doable for that car, huh?
Scott, that wouldn't pay for all of the things that I just mentioned that have gone into that build.
All right, gives us a chance to move into this particular vehicle and tap into a little bit into the very long history of the Suburban, going all the way back to the late 1930s. This one from 72, but it's been worked on and customized too.
All the way. This is that 3-door model. There is no back door on the driver's side. 350 with an automatic. Power steering, brakes AC, tilt steering column, Dakota digital gauges, all good stuff. Has a 3rd-row seat that's actually been preserved in this truck with leather everywhere inside. You know, my old friend Kenny Bernstein, the king of speed, the great drag racer, he was sponsored by Budweiser for years.
Sure.
He had a beautiful red Suburban that was one of his support vehicles.
Yeah.
We had people come down there that wanted to buy that truck at the race. They loved it so much. And it looked like this, except
was it newer or was it vintage at the time?
it was fairly new, not modified, but, you know, had a set of wheels on it and was like this color. And I mean, the director of our telecast must have asked him 100 times if he'd sell it, and he did.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. He was the first guy to crack 300 miles an hour in
Gainesville, Florida.
Top fuel car.
1992.
Wow. Yeah. All right, a lot of history there. Here is a 78 Suburban Silverado.
Boy, if this isn't the other side of the coin, I don't know what is. This looks like totally original.
Bone stock.
Yeah, 350 in this with an automatic. Power steering, brakes, and air conditioning. Rear window is power as well. That's Hawaiian blue with a light blue contrasting color on it. And those are the original wheels on there. The center cap and the trim rings and white wall tires. And this will not be an expensive truck to buy. We may be pretty close to it right now.
16 right now, get a bit of a pipe, and he's at 16 down, so down 5, get a bit of a pipe, hit 5, last call, get a bit of 16, get a bit of a pipe, half. So 16,000,
so
16,000
the original interior. Did you mention that?
175.1.
I did not.
The whole truck is very original, but I'm looking at that interior, and it does not appear to be tampered with at all.
No, and those interiors are so durable on all of those GM products from that time period. It lasts forever.
That is pretty cool. Sub 20 grand for it. 2014 E350 convertible from Mercedes-Benz now on the block.
Yes, sir. It's the E-Class. It's a tweener between the C-Class and the S-Class. 3.5 liter V6 with an automatic. Great color, dark blue. It's not a metallic, it's a solid color. Two-tone tan and dark blue leather interior. Good look at it right there. Oh, that looks classy to me. It will not be a lot of money. It's 11 years old, and we see them come through here in condition that is quite comparable to this one. These cars don't usually get abused very much, and they got a lot of life in them, believe me. You can roll up the miles and enjoy these cars for a long time.
Sold $22,000, Paul Guck with the G.
Now I'll bring up
$22,000. Buys that 14 Mercedes.
Yep.
Again, an 11, almost 12-year-old car.
And probably that's a third of what that may have stickered for back when it was new.
All right, so 2008 Corvette will be our next subject on the auction block here in Kissimmee.
Yep, the C6 generation you're looking at right here with the LS3 436 horse engine. Automatic transmission with 6 speeds and paddle shifters, 3LT equipment group as well with the Z51 performance package. So it's loaded. Navigation and leather. Power convertible top. And a power telescopic steering column. That's a car whoever is going to wind up buying this Corvette can just get in it and drive and enjoy and show off a little bit.
By the way, I was on the off-ramp on the interstate in Indy the other day, and a C8 Corvette rolled past me at, I don't know, 30, 35 miles an hour on his way to the stoplight.
Thank you.
And
Congratulations.
popped his convertible top as he was driving right up to the light, and in about 10 seconds it was down.
Could have been going
super
very
cool.
fast.
No, he wasn't going very fast. No, but it was just cool to see that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know,
yeah, that's known as showing off.
Right, exactly.
If there was nobody around, he wouldn't have done
very quick.
it.
True. Oh, as we move on to a 75 Corvette. Remember that orange GTO we had a little while ago? It was a bid goes on car.
Yeah.
I've just been told that it did sell, in fact, for $51,000.
Excellent.
So
might be judge decals going on it right now.
Maybe.
It's a fooler.
15 grand for this 75 Corvette, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, it's had some engine work done, as you can see. That is the original engine, though, the matching number L48, only 165 horsepower in 1975. That was kind of like at the bottom of the horsepower curve for the Corvette before things started getting a little bit better in the C4 generation. 1975, that was the first year for the catalytic converters as we were switching to unleaded fuel. And this did not have a true dual exhaust system originally. It would have a couple of pipes joining into one. So some changes in 75, as just about every car was going through changes. There's a whole new dynamic going on in Detroit. Automatic transmission, by the way, if I didn't mention it, with some power stuff, steering and brakes. AC, by the way, AC was not always an option with Corvettes. Some Corvettes in the later generations come standard with AC.
1975, also the last year that the convertible cost less than the coupe.
Yeah, saw the convertible go away.
Well, Monterey is coming up in just a little over a month, and we'll be out on the West Coast for that. And quite a quartet of cars you just saw on your screen, and Rutledge Wood has gotten to know a couple of those rather intimately well. Rut?
Yeah, pretty wild to think I got to drive that Bobby Allison themed Daytona. Now, from one winged warrior to another, take a look at this. Got the Superbird nose, this beautiful yellow. Oh, and you know what's coming up? That big wing, of course, right? There's just one thing that's a little bit different about this one, guys. It's a convertible. That's right, the car that kind of doesn't make sense, and then it comes back again to being cool. It's like a pug, right? Like at first you're like, I don't know, and then you're like, oh my gosh, this thing's the cutest thing ever. This is a 1970 Plymouth Satellite. Now, this one is a convertible. It has been built into a Superbird tribute car. Interestingly enough, though, it's got the bench seat, the column shift, a 383 car. What I dig about is it's something that you just don't see, partly because it was never a thing, right? They never made a convertible Superbird, but this is something that you can see. It's a little bit wild, it's a little bit mild. But Chris Jacobs, you have found easily one of the wildest things here at Mecum. Tell me about this monster.
Man, wildest? How about favorite car at this Mecum auction? As soon as I saw it online, I knew I had to do a preview of this car. Check it out. 1972 AMC Javelin AMX done up in a pro touring style. Absolutely insane. And yes, that is a 6.2 supercharged Hemi under the hood. That comes out of a Hellcat Red Eye, and it is complemented by a Corsa Performance intake, making 800 horsepower. Insane. Demon style US mag wheels at all four corners. They are 255s in front, 345 in the back. Serious meat. And look at this interior. This is really what sets this car apart from the rest. That black and red tartan, the custom Sparks Industry steering wheel, and you see the 8-speed automatic transmission again out of that Hellcat Red Eye. The drivetrain makes this car an honorary Dodge, in my opinion. You know, AMC is kind of already an honorary Mopar company by virtue of it being acquired by Chrysler in the 90s. But man, there is not a flaw on this customization. It is striker green, again over that red and black tartan interior. Custom everything. Wow, I cannot say enough good things about this car, Scott. Mind-blowing.
Man, I knew you were going to be all over that car. That with the green exterior, the red headliner, the plaid interior, that screams Merry Christmas in July. How about that?
I think Rutledge deserves credit for donating one of his shirts for those seat covers.
Good point. I didn't think of that.
Yeah?
Yeah, well done, Rutledge and Chris. Those are going to be part of our Mecum lineup here in Kissimmee. as we bring you back inside the Silver Spurs Arena with a 1980 Z28 here, Bill, and the reserve off at just under 20,000.
Yeah, this one with a 190 horsepower 350. It's the L Code V8 with an automatic. And well presented. Boy, that paint, that has a lot of eyeball left in it.
And it sells for 19,000. Next up for us is a nicely prepared 1968 Mustang Convertible.
Yeah, nothing fancy here. Just a good little cruiser, 302 V8 with an automatic. Got GT stripes on it, although it is clearly not a GT. There you see the 302. Dealer installed the air conditioning in this car. A few extras include the AM/FM radio and the power steering and power front disc brakes. This car has spent most, if not all, of its life down here in Florida. Style steel wheels, chrome exhaust, extensions in the back, and a luggage rack. Yeah. Not a street racer, not a big muscular Mustang. Just something to drive with a top down, and you get plenty of days down here in Florida to do that. And we should be getting pretty close to a sale here. I'm going to think maybe low 30s.
There.
30,000 to bid. 30 reserves off 29. 30,000
No, the reserves off
30,
now
30,
at 29.
30,000. 30,000.
There you go.
There it is.
29,000 it is. And that one will, I'm sure, see plenty of duty. I tell you what, you take the top down here in the Central Florida area, no problem. But be sure that top works and you can get it up quickly if the rains come, because the rains will come.
Sneak thunderstorms.
All right, 69 Camaro Z28 on our auction block now. Looks pretty true to form, Bill.
Yeah, it does look that way because it is. Yeah, this is a pretty straight down the middle 69Z X77 code car. Full restoration, nothing overlooked. Camaro high performance certified. DZ engine, that 290 horse 302 and a Muncie wide ratio 4-speed 12-bolt posi rear end. All the things you'd like to have on your 69Z. This does have radio delete, and the point has been made many times that radio delete might be a misnomer because a lot of times the cars did not come standard with a radio, and the radio was added. So when you say delete, that's assuming it already had one, and in a lot of cases it did.
Well, that's not confusing at all. But seriously, you're right. Radio wasn't a foregone conclusion.
Right. Let's mention that white interior, too. Ooh.
Yeah, that's
81,
really
82,000
cool.
bid. Not gonna bid of a two. Down. Not gonna bid a bid of a two bid. 81. 82,000 to bid. 82,000 on her down. Not gonna bid a bid of a not gonna bid of a two bid. Down two.
Hugger orange, white stripes.
Yep. Correct. Rally wheels, raised white letter tires.
I'll put 80
those
in
are
your
those.
pocket.
I mean, ubiquitous BF Goodrich performance radios,
getting,
raised white letters.
You're getting 83.7. Yes, 83.7. So I'll put 80 in your pocket.
Three times they're going to close it at $81,000. The Mecum rule is going to be
85. Yep.
That's not as
All
bad as I
right,
thought.
this time the Mecum rule is $85,000. So it's only a $4K
I'm going to warn you got competition here yet. Raise your bid, $85,000. He owned the car. Jared, any more back there?
Half from where we're at.
Or Shay, either one of you guys. $82,000.
Let's see if anybody takes
Raise the
that.
bid to 85 and you own the car.
Let's try 3. And then we'll work on our end. I'm doing all I can.
$85,000, and we say sold as soon as he does it.
No.
How's it looking so far, Jordy?
83.
You guys all done back there? Yep. We're going to close it right now. We need $1,000. Close it at 81.
Okay, 81 is going to be the final bid for the moment. We'll stay tuned on that one because they're close enough. I'm guessing a deal is going to happen one way or the other.
And, you know, I don't think I'm telling any secrets, but sometimes the consigners are brokers, and the number they have in their head is in order for them to recoup their investment, depending on what they paid for the car. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but there's a lot more there than meets the eye sometimes.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. All right, we'll come back to it if necessary. In the meantime, a 2004 Mustang Mach 1.
With that 4.6-liter double overhead cam V8 engine. What a runner that was. 5-speed manual, the traction lock, that's Ford's Posi-Traction rear end. Pretty original, pretty straight. Shaker hood. How about that as a tribute to the original Mach 1 from 1969 and 1970, when it really became one of the more important trim levels for the Mustang, that Mach 1. A lot of other options as well in this. 4-wheel disc brakes, the Mach audio system with in-dash CD player and AC. Sold, $15,000.
That'll be fun.
You bet. Yeah, that's a runner, that engine, that double overhead cam V8.
All right, on the block now. This will be fun as well. This is 67 Malibu, Bill Stevens, that is wearing SS badges, but the professor always said, never trust a badge. This has got a 427 big block under the hood. Check that out.
Well, I would say the professor's right. I always used to say, never trust a badge until you do your homework. And then, you know whether to trust it or not, but don't trust the SS badges on this one. This is not a real Super Sport. And it has a non-Super Sport engine. You couldn't get a 427 in a 67 Super Sport, but this one has it with a solid cam and roller rockers and square port head, so it's a built 427. And it's probably a 450 to 500 horsepower 427. 4-speed, too.
Yeah, that'd be a fun car. That green really looks nice on that body.
Yeah, you know, it's Rutledge, it's one of those greens that we'll see that depending on how the light hits, it almost looks black.
Oh, yeah.
It's so dark.
That's neat.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we're a little more than halfway through our program today. Rut, I know this is a long show. How are you holding up? And you haven't been with us for a while. You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'll be honest. It's about 800 degrees and full humidity outside. Chris and I were out there drooling over cars together, trying to fight and see who's going to talk about what. It's just so fun to be here to see these cars. It's incredible.
Yeah. By the way, I've been doing this 16 years. You never asked me that.
Well, no, because
you can tell how great you're doing. Mr. Perfect.
Do I have to explain? No, he's been away for 10 years. That's what I'm saying. He's getting his legs back.
I'm being a nudge. Sorry.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
I know. 71 Buick Grand Sport, Stage 1. Remember, we met the guy who owns this car.
Yes.
The consignor came up to us.
Oh, he was fun to talk to. He knows his Buicks.
Boy, does he ever. This is a great-looking car.
Yeah, that Stage 1 came in a few years earlier and had more horsepower than this one. The original Stage 1s had 360. This one down to 345 and 71, and then in 72 went down even more. I think it was like 270. But it's still a real Stage 1.
And they only built 81 in this configuration.
That's right.
In 1971.
They were not big money makers for Buick. And this is the only known one to exist as equipped. Matching numbers engine, by the way, and it's the automatic transmission. And yeah, 77 grand. Nice.
Very cool.
Great colors on that one, guys. That's that car really wears that color combo perfectly.
Agreed. Hey, here is the first of our 11 Ferraris that we have in our lineup over the course of this weekend. This is an 84 400i, the I for fuel injected. And we don't see these particular models very often at all, Bill.
Not a lot of money to buy this car, I guarantee you. And I can remember when this car debuted, it met with some rather disapproval in the marketplace. These 400i's. 1,305 were built, and one of 883 equipped with the automatic transmission in this car. And I'll tell you, the purists and the real Ferraristas, they weren't crazy about that automatic. But highly original, unrestored. You got to love that.
I just got to see one of these up close and personal at a Ferrari, a classic car show in Highlands, North Carolina, and there was a chocolate brown one, automatic, and I stared at the car, and obviously it's got funky lines, it's different, it's so 80s to me, but so Ferrari, and I just kept staring at that automatic and thinking, it's so wrong in my mind to have an automatic that back then in a Ferrari.
Yes, you are not alone.
All right, we will break away and roll on with our live coverage here on ESPN Plus after the break. Welcome back to the Florida Summer Special in Kissimmee at Silver Spurs Arena. We want to bring you up to date on a little bit of recent news in the Mecum world. We have a brand new auction event that is coming up in the middle of September. In fact, September 19th through the 21st, going on up in the Chicagoland area. It's called the Larry's Legacy from the Larry Claremont collection. And this auction is going to have maybe 1,000 pieces of road art and a little less than 300 collector vehicles. All will be selling at no reserve. And there you see one of the signs that we have here in Kissimmee promoting this auction. So it's an opportunity for a lot of people to not only get a part of this collection and own it for yourself, but really to pay tribute to Larry Claremont and his lifelong passion for the automobile and collecting automobile-related material as well. So again, that's coming up September 19th through 21st in Chicago. You can find out more at Mecum.com as we resume our coverage of this event with a Type 2 VW bus that just reached $42,000.
Yep, second one we've had. This a 70, I think was a 69 we had earlier.
I think so, yeah.
Brazilian-built bus and didn't go all the way this time.
So here's a 57 Nomad wagon right behind it. And again, complete true to form appearance on this one. Tell me it's not, Bill.
It's not. However, very mild modifications here. It's got a 283. That is the Power Pack 283, which means the 4-barrel and dual exhaust. You saw the fin valve covers there, also the Moroso aftermarket air cleaner. And the automatic, that's that GM 700R4 automatic. The power steering and brakes. And it's not going to sell, unfortunately, because that's very clever treatment of that Nomad, you know?
Just a few little almost sympathetic upgrades.
Yes, that does not betray its originality.
Ready for this? 1,700 original.
All right, next on the auction block, a rare bird. 1942 Packard 120 convertible. We already know how unusual it is to see cars from 1942 from any manufacturer. But this one's got a great story, Bill.
Well, back in 1942, you remember, as you were alluding to, Scott, World War II was underway and no new cars were coming from Detroit, and Packard had not yet really slipped into its death rattle. That would come maybe 10 or 11 years later, but this one is an unrestored, highly original condition. The 8-cylinder engine, which was a foundational engine for Packard, the 282 inline 8-cylinder rated at 125 horsepower. and originality everywhere. And you can tell by the condition of this car that originality has certainly been well preserved. And this probably has received some restoration work along the way since 1942.
Well, are you sitting down?
Yes, as you can see, I am.
I know you're sitting down, but it's the proverbial, rhetorical, yes. 1,700 miles.
I saw that,
on this car.
That is a time capsule. I mean,
100%.
You think about what that car represented back then and how that was some family's ticket to freedom, and just putting the top down. I mean, talk about opulence in that era.
Yes.
And only 1,700 miles.
10, 12, 15 years before that, Packard was considered one of the preeminent high-class prestige automobiles in the country, and as I say, it eventually kind of petered away. But at this time, yeah, having a Packard meant something.
I heard this is what bred prestige worldwide. Prestige.
Well, here's another one from 1941. This one a few more miles, but this is a 41 Packard 160 convertible.
Yep. This one also with that straight 8. Column shifted 3-speed manual. That's the red leather interior. And once again, back in 1941, before World War II began, Packard, Packard, Peerless, Pierce Arrow, 3 of the really preeminent luxury brands in this country, they had to shuck and jive their way through World War II just to stay alive. And Peerless and Pierce Arrow, they went the way of all flesh long before the Packard did.
Well, this particular Packard, $37,000, and the high bid. That'll be the mark we're looking at as it goes to bid goes on. Well, let's go racing, shall we? 1998 Dallara Olds Aurora IndyCar. This one formerly owned by A.J. Foyt, that familiar A.J. ABC Supply Company livery, and wearing number 14.
Dallara still doing the chassis for Indy cars, am I correct?
Yeah, their headquarters right downtown Speedway.
Right. Well, this one ran a total of 8 races in 1998 with A.J. Foyt Enterprises and got 5 pole positions. Pole winning car for the 82nd running of the Indy 500 back in '98 with Billy Boat driving. Is he still up there?
The Billy Boat. I mean, that dude, what a
Billy
legend.
Boat still.
Well, I mean, not racing on the IndyCar circuit, but he's very active in building stuff.
Okay. Well,
as far as I know.
Okay. Maybe Billy will call us.
And guys, I don't know if there's many cooler people in racing than A.J. Foyt. Being lucky enough to meet him and interview him a couple times before, that guy's just salt of the earth. And also the fact that any of these old racers, him, Mario Andretti, the fact that even Richard Petty, the fact that any of these guys survived wrecking any of these insane old race cars, that alone is incredible.
Oh, yeah. And A.J. Foyt, man, he had some close calls with the Grim Reaper during his career.
Yes, he did. Bid goes on this particular car. Back with more in a moment. Welcome back to Kissimmee, where this 1970 Dodge Super Bee just hit the hammer and hit it nicely for $39,000. Selling a no reserve Dodge Super Bee. Love that color combination. By the way, quick bit of research during the break. Billy Boat still very much active. Billy Boat exhaust is kind of his thing.
Okay.
And started that business way back in the day when he was still racing.
And his stuff screams. It is awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a name you can't forget. Billy Boat.
Absolutely right. Here is a 73 Ford Mustang convertible. Love this final year of this generation of the Mustang, and before they went to the 74 Mustang 2. We're looking at 24 grand here, guys.
How about all of these V8 convertible Mustangs we're getting today? This one's been breathed on a little bit. Edelbrock intake and carburetor with headers. dual exhaust. Once again, outside, the exterior of that car looks bone stock. The Magnum 500 wheels, aftermarket raised white letter radial tires, and that is a power-operated black convertible top. Not all convertible tops came standard power-operated. A lot of them were manual.
Well, we move on now, Bill, to essentially a brand new 2022 GT500, Shelby GT500 Heritage Edition. Yeah, it says 2022, but it's only got 17 miles on the clock.
Well, back when this car debuted, this was like trying to get Taylor Swift tickets. You just had a hard time finding a dealer that either had one or could get one for you. And you're looking at me, Rutledge, you know that deal.
Especially one that had the carbon fiber track package with the first ever, I think, carbon fiber wheels that were on a readily available mass-produced vehicle.
They called them the golden ticket cars, and good luck finding one back then. And even now, look at how they still, especially with low mileage like this one with 17 miles, well into six figures. Of course, the 760 horsepower 5.2-liter supercharged V8 has a lot to do with it, and that Tremec 7-speed dual-clutch automatic with paddle shifters.
Well, 135 is not going to be enough for that Shelby GT500. $135. All right, here comes the much discussed already 72 AMC Javelin with a modern Hemi on board. Wowzers.
Where shall you begin? When we get a build like this, almost everywhere you look on this car, you see something that is custom, that is clever, that is a little bit outside the box. As far as the power is concerned, how about a 900 horsepower, 6.2-liter Chrysler Hemi out of a red eye? But of course, it's been breathed on a lot to get to that horsepower rating. And so many other things, too, that are just incredible. The interior, the suspension, of course, the paint. You can't overlook that paint job. Unbelievable.
Bill, a lot of times we see vehicles that someone just dropped a Hellcat swap in. I want to be clear, this is not that. This is an insane build. Chris, you did that great preview. The little things, look at that tail panel, the way that they took an original Challenger tail panel and made it work in this car. Chris, I've never seen any AMX look anything like this before.
It's so well integrated, and I bet it was a risk for them to try to fit that tail panel into the AMX design, but they pulled it off flawlessly. Custom exhaust that dumps out behind the rear wheels, and again, those wheels in the rear, 345, unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
That's how wide that tire is, and yet when you look at it, it doesn't look like a 345 width tire because all of it somehow proportionately works, and in that green too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. They've triangulated that 4-link suspension in the back with coilovers, Ford 9-inch rear end in here that's been narrowed. A lot of engineering went into the underneath of that automobile from front to back. I'll tell you how fastidious this build was. Are you ready for this? They upgraded the nuts and bolts that they used to assemble this car. Talk about going the extra step.
Yeah, and that color, striker green, it is striking.
We're looking at the 56 Park Lane, but the top of that that Javelin, kind of a 3/4 vinyl with the metal going down the middle.
Mimicked those T-tops.
Yes, that was kooky for me. It got to 200,000, did not sell, however. So we moved to the Park Lane from 1956, this at no reserve.
One-year-only production for the two-door Park Lane wagon, in case you didn't know that. It's got the 292 V8, and that's that Y-block engine. Thunderbird engine in 1956. That's the engine, one of the engines you get in the T-Bird, of course, the 312. Also available in 1956. 4-barrel carburetor, delivers the fuel with a Ford-O-Matic automatic transmission, and Bermuda blue and diamond blue paint, and it sells.
And value of that car in 1956, our good buddy Jim Wicks, my Wicksopedia, told me that this car was the most expensive car that Ford offered, even more expensive than the Thunderbird.
No kidding. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
All right, here's a 65 F100, a pickup truck that's selling at no reserve.
All jacked up, huh? 351 for power, automatic transmission, and it is a 4-wheel drive truck.
Short bed.
Yep, chrome wheels. Not a whole lot of dress-up work has been done on it.
It's 4-wheel. Did you mention 4-wheel drive?
Yes.
It is a 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, this may be all the money or close to it. Maybe 30, 35 tops.
It's a good color combo on this one, and I like when you see these ones that are mild but usable, meaning, sure, it's got probably 31s on there. Looks like it might have just a little bit of a lift, couple inches, but still the functionality of that truck is exactly what it should be. That's one that you can buy for the right money and then actually go and use as a pickup truck.
Yep. The only thing about it is if you're trying to lift something up into the bed in the back, you might need some help if it weighs more than 40 or 50 pounds.
38.
Wow, there's some strong bidding on this.
There's 70 there. Last call. Got 37, 38, 38 pounds. 37,000.
37,000. No reserve. Bought it for that price. It is a beauty. And speaking of beauties, 1974 Corvette convertible on the auction block right now.
Had a couple of 74 Corvettes. I like them.
Yeah?
Not overly imbued with horsepower, as we know. This has the base L48 in it, 195 horsepower. The L82 give you a pretty good chunk over 200 horsepower. I think about 220. If you had the L82 in there, this one with an automatic 4-speed, of course, still available then. And some power extras, steering brakes and windows and factory air.
Which one did you have, or which ones did you have?
One was an L82 and one was an L48, and I think I mentioned this before. I couldn't really tell a whole lot of difference in which car was quicker. They both kind of felt the same. Yeah,
because that's, I mean, the L82 was actually 250 horse. I mean, that's a 55 horsepower bump.
In 74, 250.
Yeah.
You may. Well, let's see. The 454 was 275. Okay, all right.
So, 21 pounds and $500 Nick Sprackling.
On next lot, F205, 2020.
Sells.
Yeah, 21.5. Interesting, though, that the difference that you could or couldn't feel.
Yeah, it might have been the gearing or something else that contributed to that.
Okay, we move to 2012 Bentley Continental GT. This is a Mulliner Coupe here.
Yeah, another car that would have stickered for big money, and rightly so. Twin turbo, 6-liter W12 engine, a couple of 6-cylinder engines married to each other, 567 horsepower. The result, all-wheel drive with an automatic.
Bentley bucks.
You know, guys, this is one of the few cars that came with OEM wheels that actually helped improve the looks. The styling of this one was just right. So many times we see cool cars and at the last minute they're like, do we have anything uglier we could slap on for wheels? This is one of those rare times where they're like, no, this is perfect. Let's put these out. And it's, even though a lot of people change them, this was a really timeless wheel that helped keep this car in that era where it really just doesn't age.
Yeah, that's a dull finish on that. And of course, we've seen them with chrome wheels, a lot of bling, and it just brings the car to life. And by the way, Scott, should I tell Rutledge about my thing with black wheels? Or do I
go ahead?
Risk that? Yeah. How do you feel about black wheels, Rutledge?
It depends on the vehicle.
Yeah.
You just totally set him up.
Is this a trick question?
Yeah. Well, no, I just am not a big fan of black wheels.
I hear you. Would you believe I've been chasing a set of those wheels on Facebook Marketplace?
Oh, really?
But
okay.
They're missing one center cap, and that costs more than all of the wheels combined.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, my 91 Toyota pickup would look great with those on there.
With Bentley wheels.
That's right. I'm classy.
No, I can't argue with that.
$57K buys that Bentley.
And this was the couple earlier that was chasing the convertible.
The GTC Speed.
That's right. They said they had their eye on another one. I went and asked them, oh, did you get that? No, we missed it, but we got our eye on another one. I think they've had 4 or 5 of those before. So definitely a big fan favorite to them.
Hey, you know what? You ought to ask them to get you a set of those wheels.
You know what? I'm going to do just that.
Yeah.
You never know.
You're welcome.
Might have a set sitting in the garage.
You're
or maybe just
welcome.
the center cap.
See, it's all been in the stars for you to be back with us, man.
Absolutely.
Okay, 85K5 Blazer now rolling right in front of our booth here, Bill.
Yeah, we're kind of getting into the bargain category of some of the cars that we're crossing today. This is not going to be a budget buster. 85K5, pretty original, 305, automatic, 4-wheel drive, some power accessories too. Alloy wheels with BF Goodrich Mud Terrain TA tires that kind of bring the outside of it to life. Other than that, that's pretty much according to the book.
I had one of these that we drove on Top Gear and actually bought from the show afterwards, and it was one of the ones that was made for the Air Force. 0 options whatsoever.
0 options.
And you know, it's funny when you look at them now, man, they are so timeless and so fun. My middle daughter, Millie, really has her eyes on one, but I think she thinks she's getting my 72 K5, and I've tried to tell her that ain't gonna happen.
Hey, this K5 market, the modified ones, man, there are some shops that are living off of the work that they do on these K5s now. A lot of people want them completely done over.
All right, time for an IROC Z, 1987, rather.
Oh, the IROC Z. They had a great run between 1985 and 1990. This is the 1987, which is the year before it actually became its own model. We see that happen with General Motors a lot, the 442, the GTO. So the IROC was just an option on the Z28 until 1988, and it became its own ballgame. This is original, unrestored, just over 3,000 miles on it, was in a climate-controlled garage. Geez, for the better part of the last 30 years. 5.7 tune port injection V8 with an automatic.
Did you see all that room for activities with the T-tops off? She was raising the roof a minute ago when they took that reserve off.
Yes,
wow.
Indeed.
Threw some aftermarket sport slats over the rear window.
67, 70,000 on a bid. 70,000, 70,000.
Yeah, 3,000 miles is what's driving the bidding on this Camaro.
I got 67 to Marie, $70,000, 78, now 70, now 70, 70.
Oh, that's huge money.
Yes,
for this generation.
70. We need. You want it? 70. We got 70. We need 72.
Bill, what's the mileage on this one?
Just over 3,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that some cars, when they've got that certain window of mileage, bring way more? Like if this had 5 miles, I don't know if people would think I could drive it. But at 3,000, they go, we can drive it a little bit.
Maybe.
For sure.
A little, a little. Yeah.
That's so true.
Okay, one more guy sat down. We got it. We got the bid right now.
You will not see another one like
We got
this.
it right now.
77.
Girls roll!
You sure?
We got it. We got
I don't want you to miss. I don't want you to miss it.
Let it go. Let it go. I think we got it. I think we got it.
What, you 76?
I think we got it. I think we got it. Sit down. We got it.
76,000.
There are 3 phone bidders on this car.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think we got it. I think we got it. I think
6.
Oh, we got to go 77.
Okay, let's see where we're
We got
at.
to go 77. We got to go 77. Give me 77.
Trying to get to 80.
Give me 77.
What if we go to
Give me
78?
80, I guarantee
What do we
everyone
got?
else is going to sit down.
Got to beat 80.
If you give me 80, everyone's going to sit down. Everyone's going to sit down.
Let's get it, baby.
Everyone
Got to
is
beat
looking
80.
at
Last,
the
I think it's
girls'
last
room. Remember
chance.
this?
You want to try
We got
it?
a girl driving the car. We got a girl on the phone. We got a girl buying this car. Let's do this.
Okay,
We got 70,
go.
77.
Hang on, no.
It's fine. Sit down.
If you
boys.
change your mind, I
Sit
don't
down,
want you to
boys. We got
lose
this.
it. They're stuck right now.
No. You're not getting beat by a girl. You're getting beat by a bunch of women. Oh, we got this. I think we got this. Come
80, we
on.
can hop in.
Yes. Let us have it. Let us have it.
Sold 77,000.
Oh, that's pretty cool. The competition among the bidder assistants there was more intense almost than the bidders themselves.
Oh, we almost had to bring in the bouncers That got rowdy.
That is Breon Poland, by the way, who is the Mecum Director of Marketing, who has stepped into the bidder assistant role for a minute or two. And that was quite a cool moment for her. David Purvis on the right, consignment director, and Jamie McLeod on the left. That was kind of fun.
It was.
And again, big money for that low mileage Z.
Who would have thought for that car there would have been just such a feeding frenzy, except for that mileage.
1969 Mach 1 rolling in front of us now at $37,000.
Older restoration, holding up pretty well. 351 Windsor with an automatic, probably the FMX automatic transmission in there. Some replacement parts such as the shock towers and other things like that, just to kind of bring it back up to factory originality. New rear window louvers, new sail panels with lights in them. And that looks a lot like that Rangoon red.
Oh, it sure does.
From that time period from Ford. Also had candy apple red, which was very similar.
Okay, $41,000. Another phone bidder successful in the bid on that Mach 1. We'll take a break and one more look at the happy couple that bought that Bentley a little while ago. Very nice. Oh, Bill, hang on, brother. 1949 Mercury Custom Convertible coming up tomorrow. You want to talk about big bucks invested in this? Try $300,000 in that total restoration, and even better than that, it's got a 454 under the hood.
Yeah, you know, that car combines like the lead sled with the full custom. You know, it's got a lot of both in it.
Exactly right. That's coming up tomorrow. Our coverage begins at noon Eastern from here in Kissimmee. We have less now than 2 hours remaining with you on this Friday, our first day of coverage, as we have just passed the 4 o'clock mark here in the East. And that VW bus will hit the bid goes on area. And now we will move to 1970 Plymouth. This is a sports satellite masquerading as the Superbird.
Convertible.
Convertible, yes.
We don't get many Superbird replicas, but we don't often get two, and we certainly never get one that's a fixed roof and a convertible.
Yes.
So this is a historic day indeed.
A replica of a one of none.
Yeah.
I think that's the charm about it. To me, it says grab this, slam it on the ground, throw some insane wheels on there, and then you know what? Find yourself a wrecked Hellcat.
Yep.
Call up Cleveland Power and Performance. They'll get you a crate set up. It's literally on a pallet. Drop everything in there, and you're not going to affect the value, because the value is really whatever people feel it is, right?
That is correct, sir. And you know, if Plymouth built one of these for racing in 1970, Richard Petty could have won the Daytona 500 and gone right to spring break.
Absolutely. I got to be honest. I know it's weird because it kind of shouldn't happen. I dig it. I would absolutely drive and own this car.
Hey, if you want a head turner, that might be the ultimate one right there.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So, $55,000.
You might be more inclined to give one of your kids this car than your K5, right?
Yeah, I'll be honest. My daughters are way too pretty to be in a convertible like that. I just don't have time to tell all the guys, hey, stay away.
Yeah. That sold for $55,000.
That's a deal.
You think so? Okay.
Oh. All right, here's a 68 Mustang with a 302 4-speed air conditioning car, Bill.
Yeah, well, we're not going drag racing with this one, Scott. But it does have a 4-speed in it, and it's the 4-barrel 302. A couple hundred horse, 9-inch rear end too. Take plenty of power if you want to do an engine swap. It's got AC and front disc brakes, CD player, and it's Gotten the Kevin Marty seal of approval. There's a Marty report that goes along with it.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Okay.
You know it's special when you see people with flashlights as it's going across the block underneath there looking at it, and I just saw this guy in the blue shirt. Really, oh, he matches the car. He should be the owner. I mean, that's a whole vibe, right? This was a guy with a flashlight. Maybe he's looking for him, maybe somebody else. But that's a sharp car for sure.
Yeah, that's ready to become a Cobra Jet replica. We're talking about replicas all day today.
True.
Yeah, 428 would slip right in there.
At $45,000 bid.
I think the heat from saying that Superbird convertible was awesome made me sweat. I feel like the pressure, the internet's flaming me right now. I feel it.
Yeah.
I'm just getting torched online. Sometimes you just know.
Is your phone just buzzing?
Yes. I got a few texts. I can feel it. I don't want to look. I don't want to look.
46, 47, 46.
Either that or Millie saying, Dad, I would never drive that convertible.
Right? Yeah, that's a great point.
Hey, how about this Mustang with a little 302 pushing $50,000?
Agreed.
Yeah, but wait a minute. How much I have here? I have 47 bid.
And how much for me?
Well, it's 10%. No.
No, for now we need to do a deal.
43.
And you say a little 302. I mean, that does not necessarily mean it's a slouch engine, obviously.
No,
but
it's a 4-barrel engine.
Right.
40,
it's
44.
Shall we say.
44,
Sure.
I'll do it.
Guys, I have a wonderful update. What I feared the worst was that the internet was going after me about my love of that Superbird convertible. Turns out my friend Jerry bought it. You know what that means? There's a chance it's going to be mine one day.
Well, and there are pictures forthcoming, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Hey, no, the reserve is off here on this Mustang, Bill, at 47.
Yeah. If I'm the consigner, I'm not going to squawk at $47,000 for this car.
Rutledge, your guy, is back with his flashlight.
49.
He's loving it. I'm telling you, there's something about matching the car you're potentially bidding on that is a new level. Like I appreciate that kind of quality control.
Yeah. Looking at the floor pans and frame rails.
Angie, you come over here.
See if there's anything spooky underneath there.
48 bid. You're going to get 49,000. You're going to give hay bid 49. So $48,000.
$48,000 just bought it.
Yep.
Well
now
sold.
I'll bring up 214, a 73 Ford F100 Ranger XLT pickup.
Okay, 73
V8 automatic with air.
F100 Ranger XLT. Now on our block.
Yeah, and the big story on this, Scott, one family has owned it since 1973.
That's so cool.
Yep. And it's V8 powered, got a 390 in it. Automatic transmission's been rebuilt. And I am willing to bet you that anything that's needed rebuilding over the years, this truck has received. This has been taken care of by that family that's owned it so long.
I really like what's happening in, aftermarket world, where guys are using the front end of a Crown Vic underneath a lot of these that were the two-wheel drives and didn't have that same family heritage. I met a really nice guy at the Nebraska airport a few weeks ago who was telling me about his, and he sent me an update message on Instagram. My wife gave me the go-ahead to drop a Coyote in there. It's cool.
Yeah.
People can help these things live on to a totally different generation.
Mm-hmm. And that looks like a no-rust body, too. How about that?
You don't see that.
No.
Give you 14 grand in your pocket.
15. The internet has it at the moment.
Reserve is off.
And Jamie McLeod confirms with the consigner via telephone that the reserve is off. That telephone sometimes works the other way with the consigner.
Yep.
And this one sells for 15 grand. And right now, it is time to send it over to Chris Jacobs, who is standing by, waiting to bring us today's Stay Built Performance Tip. Oh, Chris.
Oh, Scott, yes. Well, you know, in the collector car world, these cars spend a lot of time in storage. Well, you want to make sure that your fuel is stabilized. So what do you need? You need some Stay-Built storage. Put a little bit in your tank every time you fill up. It's guaranteed to keep your fuel fresh, especially after long periods of storage, which we know a lot of these cars go through, especially in the wintertime. And Bill and Rut, you guys were talking about badass K5 Blazers a little bit while ago. Well, I might have found the ultimate. This 72 is a Hogan built. It's got the 6.2 liter under the hood. And man, it's not just an LS3. It is hopped up with some headers flowing out through MagnaFlow exhaust. It's got the 4-inch lift, the Fox 2.0 shocks, the 17-inch bead locks all the way around, that gorgeous paint. Take a look at this interior. Fully custom leather interior, the painted and polished steering wheel, classic Industries gauges, brand new carpet kit, integrated roll bar. The top is still removable and is completely redone. I would love to see what this truck looks with the top off and just that roll bar exposed. Absolutely amazing K5, not a flaw on it. This one's going across the auction block tomorrow, Saturday, and man, oh man, is it gonna get a lot of attention.
Oh boy, that's gonna get snapped right up.
All right, CJ, thank you very much. We continue to look at it and remind you to check out the Stabil website, stabilmecum.com, for all the info on all their products that'll help keep your car running its absolute best. And all eyes on that car tomorrow, that pickup truck tomorrow. And speaking of Ford F-250 from Y2K, Bill, hard to believe, 25 years ago.
Yeah, and boy, you'd better have your big boy pants on when you're driving this truck, huh? This is probably our winner of the High Lift of the Day award.
Yes.
With that suspension.
I'll give you that.
Short
Guys,
bed, yep.
Wait till you see inside, Bill. You are going to love this Starlight headliner, which has really been taken off. You know, started in some of the Rolls Royces, right? It's really made its way over here. But if the big lift and the big wheels and tires don't get you, just look up at the scars.
Oh, I can't wait. I want to see it. Yeah, this has got the diesel, a 7.3 liter diesel in it. Lots of torque.
I like the details on it. Powder-coated springs underneath there. Yep. That 7.3 is way stronger than, you know, a lot of people didn't love the 6-liter unless you do the bulletproofing to them.
Right.
But a lot of people, what's cool is these trucks are so upgradable. You can change the front end on these to continue to look like the newer ones because so few things underneath them really change. But it's got a newer bed on the back, too.
Yep.
That's a stout low ride for somebody.
Oh, that's indestructible.
By the way, I mentioned Y2K. I read something the other day that now that we're past the halfway point in calendar 2025, we are closer to 2050 than we are to 2000.
That's right.
That's the only thing that's made me feel old yesterday, second to a kid this morning saying, I've been watching you since I was a child. And
Yes.
I was like, I'm not that old, buddy.
I
but
know,
thank
man.
Hey, you want to feel old? Yesterday was Tom Cruise's 63rd birthday.
Wow.
63.
Well, his face is only 42.
Well, that's true. He's been
Handsome fella.
He's been to Dr. Bondo a couple of times.
$17,000 high bid on a 37 Ford Deluxe Coupe. Boy, it doesn't look like they've tampered with this car very much.
Nope. It's got the 221 Cube flathead in it, the 3-speed manual. Yeah, all the original suspension pieces, exhaust. Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. All what it came from Dearborn with.
All right, 1960 Dodge D100 to follow that up.
Yeah, the forgotten pickup, the Dodge D100. Wow, you know, we're going crazy over the Chevys and the Chevy Cameos, and of course the Ford series of pickup trucks beginning with the F1s, the F100s. The little Dodge D100 pickup has been patiently waiting for its day in the spotlight, and here it is.
Those are fun little trucks. I always love the wooden rails on there. Makes you just feel sporty, like you could do anything with it.
Yeah.
Little short bed, 3 on the tree, Bill. That takes you back.
Sure does. It's got a little V8 in it. This is not a monster truck by any stretch, but I love those American Racing Torque Thrust 5-spokers on it.
And how about that price tag? 10 grand.
It looks deceptively more than $10,000 worth.
Love it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Florida and our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. And I am tucked all the way back in the Event Center, a building we lovingly call the Wellborn Building. And this is a 1970 Plymouth Cuda, one of 3 70 Plymouth Cudas that are going across the auction block tomorrow. Now, it's billboarded and powered as a Hemi Cuda, but it's not. This actually left the factory in 1970 as an N code 383 high performance engine under the hood. But you know what? Looking at this car, it is perfectly done. There is nothing to indicate that it is not a genuine Hemi Cuda. Elastomeric front bumper. It's got, of course, the hockey stick, proudly proclaiming the Hemi power under the engine. It's got the rally wheels, 4-speed pistol grip transmission, the N96 code Hemi Cuda shaker hood done up in that argent silver, and just a flawless build here. You know what? I don't mind that it's not the real thing because it's got the power, it's got the look. As far as I'm concerned, this is a Hemi Cuda. What a beautiful, beautiful car. And of course, that high impact color of limelight over black makes it so good. Deck lid spoiler as well. Nothing wrong with this ride, Scott.
Man, that is a sweet machine. Thank you, Chris Jacobs. Great look. If you hadn't already seen enough of it, that hockey stick stripe billboard, fantastic. Thank you, CJ. Onto the car, or the truck rather, on the block right now, the 1988 GMC version of the Suburban, the 1500 Sierra Classic here, Bill.
Yeah, how about another relatively low mileage Suburban? Here we go. This is a GMC version, 27,000 plus miles on it, original paint and interior. 5.7 under the hood, 700 R4 automatic, 4-wheel drive. Looking pretty good. I'll tell you that that could not be original paint. That's got to be a repop paint-wise. And it looks factory fresh.
That is original paint.
No, it isn't.
I grew up in so many of those. So many of my my friends' parents had Suburbans just like that. Almost all of them two-tone.
Yep.
Wow, what a time.
Yep, and you're right, both of you, except for the fact that it
is original
paint. Yeah, believe it or not. It's so mind-boggling sometimes to see these vehicles. You think, oh, yeah, that's a repop. Not in this case.
Well, you can tell that one was kept indoors because that was definitely that era where when the wind blew real strong, it would take the paint off the top of any GM.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that GM lucite lacquer that they used to paint them with. They were susceptible to the atmosphere.
Crazy.
Here we go, and look at the money already on this 1971 Intermeccanica Italia Spider.
Yeah, one of the more obscure Italian nameplates, the Intermeccanica. This with a 302 V8 in it. Yeah, that's right. It's Ford powered. And that's the way they were built. 354 of them, hand-built in Turin, Italy. This one is a Concours Award winner, single ownership since 1998.
Was this meant to have a Ferrari feel to it? Because it's got sort of the Campamoto style kind of era wheels, kind of the lines, but then just little differences, right?
You know, it really does sort of replicate what you would expect coming from Ferrari in terms of, well, of course the red helps that along, but still, you know, a front engine car with a V8, which isn't something that really Ferrari popularized. They were usually front engine 12-cylinder cars.
And this is also a 302 Ford
V8, right?
But it's got the look, yes sir, Rut.
And it's got the name, the Intermeccanica Italia Spider.
And it brought $95,000.
Full bed with auxiliary upper bed, fridge, and sink.
Right behind it, had all these VW buses been together, it would have been, you know, bus o'clock today.
It would have looked like Woodstock here.
Yeah, very true.
Yep.
And they've done a really good job inside of giving this that sort of Woodstock-esque vibe for this pop top, the Westie.
That looks like your closet.
Rut, you need to steal that shirt and get them to put a Mecum logo on it real
Y'all know
quick.
if there's one thing I love, it's tie-dye. I mean, second to plaid, it's my favorite color combo. But these things are just so cool, and to see the way that families, a whole new generation is getting these and using them and actually taking them out, taking their families camping with them is such a cool thing to see.
Yep, Westphalia, of course. We see that nomenclature on a lot of these. They're the ones that are responsible for the conversions that turn the bus into a mini motorhome.
19, 20, 19, baby, get 20, baby, get 20.
And with that top up, you get all kinds of downforce. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah, important in the corners.
The high bid, $19,000 for it.
A 2023 Dodge Charger Swinger.
And so we will move to a 2023 Charger Swinger.
Yeah, one of the last call cars. This one, 27 miles on the clock. So let's just stand back and watch what happens to the bidding here. It's got that 6.4, 390 cubic inch Hemi V8. 200 were produced in this sublime color. 1 of 1,000. Last call Swinger Special Chargers.
They may have to, given the current happenings with Stellantis, they may change the name to Last Call, Just Kidding, Charger.
Right, yeah. Our bad.
Yeah, right.
Whoopsie daisy. I love that this nameplate came back. A friend of mine in high school bought I think it was a 71 Dodge Dart Swinger from a sweet old lady. And my buddy Matthew drove it to high school, black with white vinyl top, white interior. And I had never heard of a Swinger before that car. And I was like, dude, this is amazing. So when they brought it back, I thought, oh, I wonder if it's going to have that same sort of panache. And I was like, oh, no, it's just like every other Scat Pack. They just brought the name back.
Yeah, that's it.
And when you see it in that crazy lime green, great color, by the way. It's a neat ride.
Oh, and look at the champagne-colored wheels. Love that.
It was that classy touch that only a Swinger could bring.
50,000 is the bid at the moment.
I see that fucking old 56 in the car. If I got 52 in my pocket, I cut it. And I try to work it.
Even with 27 miles on the odometer, couldn't get beyond $50,000. A little surprised about that.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. So that'll head toward the bid goes on, where usually about 10% of the overall sale at a given auction happens at the bid goes on desk. And we will move on to a 1969 GMC pickup truck. It is selling at no reserve.
Oh, this is going to be a big item, I think, with our bidders. Look at that engine room. That is spotless. That is a numbers matching 350 in there with aluminum heads, 4-speed manual transmission. It's a 4-wheel drive truck too. Frame off restoration, fleet side bed, solid oak floor. Oh my. That interior's germ-free. There you see that oak bed.
That's a really clean truck up close to it.
Yes, immaculate.
Doesn't have any of the kind of body trim on the outside. May have been deleted or maybe just wasn't on there before, but that kind of powdery blue looks really nice on there. Again, it's cool to see functional 4x4s that people could still use today as a normal truck.
Yeah, and you can tell that in its previous life it wasn't delivering cinder blocks. That truck had a pretty charmed life, I'm guessing.
45,000 is the hammer on that pickup truck. Well, all the LED and extra lighting on the front of this pickup truck has Rutledge kind of hypnotized. It is a 2019 F350 Lariat.
You know what got me? It was the purple.
Well, that and all kinds of custom lighting.
Yeah, backlighting underneath there. Look at that.
Yeah, and that's definitely a trend that's kind of taken off, definitely with the bigger trucks, which is sort of funny because when we were all into little cars that we put lights on, typically dudes with trucks like these were making fun of us, and now I'm like, half these trucks have never even seen like a wet grass before, let alone dirt. But the purple wheels on here, purple powder coating on the suspension, that thing's done right, man. That is a stout truck. And I appreciate the tow setup here because it's so lifted and it's got so much going on. You can actually still tow with this thing, which is pretty cool.
You got to drop the hitch down to meet the trailer. Power stroke diesel, by the way, 6.7 liter with a 6-speed automatic. And they say that's an 8-inch lift, but boy, that's the biggest 8 inches I've ever seen. Man, looks twice that.
All right, let's move on to no reserve, 1953 total custom F100 pickup truck from Ford.
Semi-custom, not a full custom, but I tell you, a lot of work's been done to this.
Okay.
Chevy powered, 350, turbo 400 automatic with a shift kit. The frame has been custom built. Cab, you can notice that that's a chopped top there, down 3 inches. A lot of preparation before that paint was applied too. Everything was smooth and sanded, and block sanded, and ready for that red paint.
Look at that rear end.
Yep.
Well, this is interesting, Bill, because it's got a lot of different things. It's got a little bit Pro Street with the top chop. Like it's a little bit hot rod, kind of a little bit of everything on this one.
Yep. All done well too, as you can see. It's well presented and detailed. Street legal. You could probably drive that on the street, not very far, but that's a truck you could probably take to cruise nights and show off a little bit.
22, 23. 22 bid, you better get 23,000. You better get 2 bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 2, you better get 3.
Boy, for no reserve, the number it's doing right now, that's a lot of truck for the money.
I know, we see that happen. We see vehicles that have had really high-end builds, and for whatever reason, somebody that will pay a lot of money is not in the room, and this is what happens.
You got to remember, too, for people at home that are customizing building stuff, and I've been through it, too, not everybody's going to be a customer for the chop top. Some people really, they'll jump at it more, right? So you kind of have to look at what are you going to do with what you're working with here, and does it get so wild that your seat is a lot smaller for possible buyers?
Correct.
No chop top for me, thank you very much.
We're a little tall for those, aren't we?
Yes. You gotta make, if you're gonna do it, you gotta make up for it somewhere else. 1956 Ford Custom line in virtually the same color as that pickup truck before it. That's rolling up to the block now.
Boy, this has got the look, doesn't it, huh? Pro Street treatment on this. 455 stroker. It's a small block. Started with small block, and they punched it out to 455 cubes. And some extra speed equipment as well. It's got an automatic with a Hurst quarter stick shifter, and underneath QA1 adjustable coilovers with a 9-inch rear end. That rear end's been narrowed. Mosier axles, Mickey Thompson, big monster tires in the back.
Look right behind the front tires, Bill.
And you'll see
that the exhaust coming down right behind the front tires. Here, see it? Right
fellas, and it is.
Yeah, right.
This thing is loud. It has got some power. I heard it out in the staging lanes.
Yeah, those are fender well exit headers that are on that. That's a period piece.
Well, here is a 67 VW double cab pickup truck now.
I think I told the story about my dad. He used to drive a delivery truck. He actually drove over the road, 18-wheelers, but a lot of times he'd be on city duty. And the company that he drove for had these for delivery purposes, and I think I told you what he delivered, remember?
Not pizzas, that was you.
That was me.
I don't remember.
Caskets.
Wow. Guys, take a look inside this. As an owner of a 66 personally at home, you can see the original style steering wheel in here. This has an upgraded 5-speed transmission that's matching the Porsche engine in the back, but really love that kind of almost an army green. They've got the upgraded trim on here with the red bead in there. That thing is a really well-built truck. I wish my 66 looked as good as this.
Well, get to work.
I don't think he heard what you said. Because he just launched right into it.
Yeah, he just did.
All right, we need to step away. Still some time left for us. We'll continue from Central Florida in a moment. Welcome back to our coverage of the Florida Summer Special Mecum Auction's second trip to Kissimmee here in 2025. As we take a look down that 303 staging lane, an opportunity for us to remind you that 303 products are here to help you safeguard your cars from the harshest stuff that nature can throw at them. Advanced formulations that go through lots and lots of internal testing, field-tested truss going back more than 40 years, and they've got a full product line. You can find out more about it at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. On the block here in Kissimmee is this 1978 Chevy K10 pickup truck.
Man, how do you like your pickup trucks? You'll find it here today in Kissimmee. We've had them all. Four-wheel drive, 78 K10 right here with a 350 and an automatic. Well presented, clean, and detailed. Well, let's see what that inside looks like. Yeah. Ready for the next owner. Aluminum 15-inch wheels, by the way, power steering and brakes, and an oak bed. That's stainless steel set of runners.
I love the driver's black and white checkered flag shoes. You see those?
I did, yeah. Kind of fits the day.
You see those around Indy all the time, especially in the month of May.
Step-side bed. That could be a Corvette color. That could be a Nassau blue.
I think so.
You know? Not sure if it is, but it certainly would resemble that.
$29,000. Not a massive chunk of change.
No,
boy, you're getting a good truck though.
It's in. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was just about to say. I think we're knocking on the door.
Okay, 29 grand it is. Very nicely done. Now to a 2013 Maserati. Here's another Gran Turismo MC Coupe.
4.7 liter V8 with 454 horsepower. At one time, Ferrari supplying the engines for the Maserati. That is not the case anymore. Their engine program is now in-house, but this one is loaded with options. That's called the Bianco exterior, the color, and a Rosso Corallo interior. And that's leather, by the way.
Basically white over black, or over red.
If you were going to Anglo-size it, yes, that's exactly right. Sound system's great, satellite radio, multimedia, 7-inch screen, nav. Got an alarm in it. All the extras. Not a lot of money.
Wow, the reserve comes off $48,000.
There are the black wheels. Now, just do something with the rim. You know, polish that rim or do something. Give me a little bling on the outer rim of that wheel, and you'll win me over. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me. That's okay, but I'm sticking to my guns.
You are sticking to your guns.
I do that.
48 grand. Yes, you do, indeed. Here is Corvette Monza. This is from 1965. Not going to bring a lot of money, but I tell you what, you take this thing to the grocery store or out to eat, park it in the parking lot, you will have people gathered around when you go to retrieve your car, I promise you.
Yeah.
It's a head turner. It's a conversation piece.
You are right there, Mr. Hoke. This is the one to have. This is the turbo engine, 140 horsepower. Power Glide automatic transmission. You get a 4-speed in these as well. Original window sticker, protector plate, owner's guide. Stickered for about $2,700 back in 1965, huh? Never saw a Camaro, I'm sorry, a Corvair. That was really
with
bad.
this many horsepower.
Did I mistake that for a Camaro? Oh, it's got, with Krager Mags was the point that I was about to make.
All the Jaguar people have said, yeah, we've heard that before.
Oh, dear.
I try to not talk about it. The Corvair Club of America got mad at me because we used one on Top Gear, and I tried to make it safe to where it wouldn't snap oversteer. So I turned it into a dually, and they've never forgiven me.
Uh-oh.
It did fix the problem.
Oh, Rutledge. Man of mystery.
Here's a different treatment on a 32 Ford. from what we saw earlier with that classic-looking hot rod with that Dynacorn body. Here's a 3-window custom coupe, Bill.
Oh,
that's almost like a Kooky Mobile here.
Full custom on this, huh? Take a look at that big injector-type scoop on top of 2 4-barrel carburetors and a GMC-style 671 blower on a big block Chevy. Automatic transmission. All restitched inside with that beige-colored leather, the wide rear wheels there with low-profile rubber. Some kind of a, I'm going to say a ruby red sort of paint on there.
I mean,
Very, very carefully applied, beautifully presented.
As that's a pretty car. Really the perfect wheels to match the fenders there. It's really, you know, it's hard to, sometimes people, the wheels for some of these, they can almost look like an afterthought. This feels like the car was built around the wheels.
You know, that's so true, the way that they fill up those wheel wells, which we don't see all the time. But it really turns it into a life-size Hot Wheels car.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it sold for $57,000, and as our man, the professor, used to say, not one 1932 Ford part was harmed in the building of that car.
I don't see one.
Yeah, that's a cool build, though, no matter what.
Can you believe we got another Type 2, Scott?
I was getting ready to say, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or what is going on here today?
Yeah, we've had all different years, a 69, a 72, now a 74. Pretty much the same powertrain, the 1500cc flat 4 with a 4-speed, and a comprehensive rotisserie restoration.
And another camper, Bill, not just another, you know, Type 2, but this one I think would have to be a Brazilian made, right? Because it's later in the years than we would have had the bay window at that time. But love the split window. It's got the functional wipers for the Safari windows, which is really cool. You just need this little turn here on it. But such a cool setup. Love seeing these. This one's not a 23 window. Sorry, this would be a 23 window.
Yes.
Still has those jailbird bars on the back there.
Did you come up with that name?
There's like, yeah, I think that's what they call them, because I think kids would be in there and they feel like they were in jail because they couldn't get through the little bars there.
Perfect description. So much new equipment in that little bus.
52 grand will not be enough to cover that one. So it's still available. Heading to the bid goes on as we head to break.
Another beautiful day here in Central Florida, high above the Osceola Heritage Park, home of Mecum Auctions, and I've got a good one here. You know, there's a saying in the collector car world, they're only original once, or if you ask Bill's brother-in-law, they're only original twice. But this one falls into the first category, and beautiful it is. 1955 Bel Air convertible, completely restored. The original 265 under the hood, highly optioned car. Power everything pretty much. Power steering, power brakes, power window, power top, factory air conditioning, power brakes. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous car. Look at that, done up in gypsy red and Indian ivory. White top is up right now, but I can bet you that when this car crosses the block tomorrow, the top will be down to show off that gorgeous, gorgeous interior. Guys, looking forward to this one too.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Chris. I'd love to see that top down. I know you are.
And you know, that may be one of the most highly optioned 55 Chevys we've had in a while. Got everything.
Okay. We'll keep an eye out for it. Make sure you're with us tomorrow. Here from Kissimmee on ESPN Plus. Another Bentley Continental GTC. This is from 08. That's an interesting color with the color combination is cool, but that red top is a little unusual.
That's an interesting sale price. Just over $30,000.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm jealous. I'm jelly. Man.
Right behind it, 1978 Corvette Pace Car Edition. Another low mileage Corvette on our block today, Bill.
Yeah, right, Scott. About 17,000 miles. Not ultra low mileage, but low. And I always like to look at the mileage on these cars when they cross because they have so much to do with what they'll be trading at. That is the base L48 350 with 185 horsepower. This one with an automatic and a 4-speed too. First year that the Corvette was the official pace car at the Indianapolis 500, if you can believe that. They waited till 1978. And it's got the usual options: power steering, brakes, AC, tilt telescopic steering column, AM/FM radio, power windows, door locks, the mirrored T-tops. Pretty cars, especially with those polished, Corvette issue aluminum wheels on there. Beautiful.
You pointed out one earlier about how good those wheels looked on that C3. They really do. That wheel and tire combo just set that car off.
Oh, no. You buy these, you don't go out and buy aftermarket wheels. You go with those.
Interesting on this car, a pace car that does not have the pace car decals on the side, except for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway wing and wheel logo there on the rear quarter.
Right.
That's kind of a nice touch.
Yeah,
I like that.
The decals come in a box.
Sure.
By the car.
Sure.
Not everybody has to put them on.
Right.
My Viper was a pace car, 96.
Right.
And it had the decals in the back in a box. But I didn't put them
I think
on.
there was a song for that, wasn't it? It's decals in a box.
Yeah, a country song, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was that Toby
It's
Keith or
decals
somebody?
in a box, girl.
1957 Buick Special. Right now, a 4-door for $10,000. 4-door hardtop.
I like the 57 Buick. I like the 57 Oldsmobile and the 57 Pontiac. They were three of a kind. Great styling. This one has a V8 in it that has been fuel injected. Yep, automatic transmission. And I like to call these, this is just me now, a split window coupe. You see the rear window there. It's in 3 pieces.
Yeah, 1 year only.
One year only?
Kidding.
Yeah, I like the Corvette. I got you.
Yeah, just $10,000.
Wire wheels?
I like it.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Well, here we go with a Shelby pickup truck next from 2023, the F-150 Shelby.
Shelby monster truck right here. 5-liter V8, 10-speed automatic transmission, and all the extras. Twin-panel moonroof, black leather inside. Have the Lariat Series equipment group as well. Big sound, 18 speakers out of that Bang & Olufsen stereo. 400-watt outlet. Boy, you could power the New York Times building with that. 36-gallon fuel tank. Let's see where the bidding goes on this. This was a pricey truck a couple of years ago. 181 miles.
I got 80 on the internet. 82.
80, I think 81. Yeah, 81 is the right bid at the moment. I'm thinking it might take 90 or more.
81. Yeah, low mileage on this. Yeah, this was a pricey truck when it was new.
81's bid.
They're still bidding. They just need to know it's for sale.
83 internet, 84.
We can get, if I could walk away with 80, I'll let it go. I'm losing 38,000. You got 83,000 right now.
83, 84. Anybody else?
How about this? The only way. Give me 80 and I'll sell. I can't do that. What are you, 83? We're splitting. I know. 84. Hold on.
Well, they're pretty close. Even the consignor's saying, hang on.
If you get to 80, could you give me 80? Give me 80 and I'll sell it. We're splitting in half. I'll do 77. Come on, man. That's so much. I can't. Do 80. How about 79? Can't. Okay. What can you do? How much can you?
We got 84.
85.
85.
They're climbing. They're climbing. You just got to let them know it's for sale.
No.
Let me have 80 and I'll take it.
He raised his own bid.
Raised his own bid?
85, sir.
79. 79 to me and I'm done. Come on.
85. 86, hurry.
No. What can you give me? What can I walk away with?
It's 10% on this one.
Take the reserve off. Okay.
Whoa, reserve is off.
All right, well, the reserve is off.
85, 86.
Yep, took a little horse trading, but
a little bit.
You know, the result is Truck's going to a new owner.
88, see, sir? Now 89. Should took it off a long time ago. Now 90, now 1. 91, 92, 93,
Well, it's gathering, get a little,
95.
take two. Getting a bit of a second wind here,
94,
Bill.
Yeah, again. Just when you think.
94, 95. You betcha. 96.
Oh.
95, 96. 96.
It can happen, I'm telling you.
Last call. Anybody else? So, $95 $95,000 toward Hunter. Just like that.
Wow, we were sitting at, what, 81 or 2,000, and boom, it jumped by 10 grand plus in a hurry.
Both sides ought to be happy with that transaction.
I would think.
Yeah.
1972 Chevy Malibu.
I can't even recognize it.
I was going to say, not your grandfather's Malibu.
Not at all. How about that front end treatment?
Yeah, it's really, this whole car has kind of Malibu meets a modern Camaro, both in the engine, transmission, the mirrors, and whatever's going on with that front bumper. Real funky. This one's pretty wild.
I was going to say it's a cross between a Malibu and a Transformer.
Yeah, you're right. It's got like a ZL1 hood insert on there, I noticed. Those are definitely Camaro mirrors.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if that grill is out of a Camaro.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind
exactly
of
the
cut
shape.
and then overlaid there, too. You're right.
I want to take a look at the bottom of this car, see if we recognize anything that looks familiar.
Show me.
Ooh, look at that. The differential cover there has been all cherried out. Coil-over shocks there, and got a purple sway bar, too. So, man, it's a melange of colors beneath this car. But all the workmanship, as you can see, is right on.
Just when you thought you couldn't put purple and orange together, there's the proof you can.
There it is. LS3, by the way, is the power plant in there. 430 horse, 6.2. Lot of customization, bumper to bumper.
Yep.
Next, hey, take a look here at lot F.
Well, I think they're going to cut it loose
70?
at 67,000. They're still talking about it. Clinton Hunter there with the consigners. And they're saying that they need to get 80. I don't think that's going to happen.
Thanks, guys.
Not the way things are right now. So we'll move ahead to the longest truck we've had today, except for that flatbed earlier.
Right.
This is a 2004 F350.
6-door conversion. Did you notice?
Yeah.
3 doors on each side. Oh, this is the biggest skittle I've ever seen.
Guys, this is cool. My buddy Jeff Kelderman out there in Oskaloosa, Iowa with Kelderman Air Ride built one of these years ago. He called his the Shack truck because he said there was enough room that even Shaquille O'Neal could drive it. But guys, I'm just going to continue to open the door so you can see just how big and massive this thing is. When you take an F350 and graft on an excursion on the back, this is what you can do. There was a guy in Canada for a while that was doing this. He could add another door, another set of doors to a normal 250 or 350. But when you see it with the excursion grafted on, I mean, this really makes you feel like there's nothing you couldn't do. There's certainly no boat you can't tow with a truck like that.
Oh, my. You probably need a CDL to drive that.
Yeah, it feels like
that's hilarious. You're literally buying two vehicles.
Two for the price of one.
Yes.
Today only.
But wait, there's more.
Each time you open the door, I think you're required to say, but wait, there's more.
Yeah.
A 61 Ford F100 right behind it.
Conservative custom, 302 V8 with an automatic. Take a look underneath there. Good. I mean, not a lot of bling and bright work, chrome, stuff like that, but well detailed. Inside, restitched interior, very conservative. Accessory gauges under the dash. And it sells that fast.
27,000. We have had a number of pickup trucks with the 302 under the hood today, yes?
We have indeed, and even a few little Mustangs with 302s.
Right, right. Very popular today. Back with more as we approach 5 p.m. here in Kissimmee. We'll continue in a moment. Well, some of the sights and the action going on in the auction block today at Mecum, Kissimmee, our Florida Summer Special. And we will resume our coverage tomorrow at noon Eastern here on ESPN Plus. And we're here with you for the duration of this lineup today. That 1968 C10 is bidding at $22,000, Brother Bill.
Yeah, Brother Scott. Boy, pretty truck, huh? It's all about the color on the wheels, huh? Just a symphony of eyeball here. Power comes from an LS Series 5.3. We see that a lot. And the 6L80E automatic. It's a GM automatic that gets a lot of applications for trucks. Even some Cadillac Escalades, things like that, will come through with one of those. It's got AC and power steering and 4-wheel disc brakes. The exhaust system's capped off with Flowmaster mufflers. The wheels, by the way, I mentioned them. They're Boyd Coddington wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they look good.
Reserves off 24 grand is the number.
That truck's still worth that $26,000 bid. $26,000 bid.
We got 25 on the other side.
Best truck show I've been to in a long time today. Boy, I'll tell you. We've seen them all.
Down 7 to bid.
Trucks and VW buses.
Buses, the Type 2s. I mean, we saw a Dodge D100 pickup earlier today. That's a unicorn.
I always have a soft spot for the Dodge trucks. My grandfather had a business up in northern Indiana back in the day.
Gas station? Or
he owned a gas station for a while and also an oil delivery business. And the big Dodge work truck was his mode of transportation, and I would go with him from time to time.
The Power Wagon?
I believe it, yeah.
Power Wagon.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. They were tough customers.
But it had the big tank on the back, you know. It was a sort of a fleet vehicle.
Yep.
But it was cool. I used to love going with him, except the only problem with that was he was delivering heating oil, so it was always in the winter, and it was freezing outside.
Yeah. But you never got to drive it.
Oh, no, I was like 5.
So?
Here we go with 1950, speaking of Dodge. Dodge custom pickup truck.
Yeah, now this doesn't mean it's customized, although you can see there that it looks like it's got a 350 in there. But custom is actually the trim level for this Dodge pickup. 5-window with an automatic, and they did not go to any great pains to try to give this thing a cosmetic makeover. What you see is what you get.
And you always wonder how much of that is
manufactured,
added, yeah.
Yeah, because the process now to be able to come up with that finish is so sophisticated. It could really look like it's a real rust and corrosion and fading and whatever when it really isn't. We've even seen that treatment clear coated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
10 grand is the bid, and the consignor's going to need a little bit more than that.
2015 BMW M4 Convertible.
All right, a 2015 BMW M4 will be next.
And the thing that people always say when you talk about these M-Series BMWs is that they may not be the fastest car, they may not be the best handling car, although some people would tell you they are, but it's just a combination of what they give you. The power, the handling, the sophistication, the ability to drive this car probably, to your extent as a driver, if you could take one of these cars and take it to the exact limits, you're a pretty good driver because the limits and the envelope on these cars is so high. This one with a 3-liter straight 6 twin turbo 7-speed dual clutch automatic. Leather inside, carbon fiber accents, 18-inch diameter aluminum wheels. And that M instrumentation, that's special. That gives you a 200-mile-an-hour speedometer. This car stickered for $93,000 8 years ago. And it will sell for a fraction of that right now. Wow. Yeah. The ultimate driving machine, as BMW likes to promote their vehicles. Less than $20,000 for a world-class automobile.
Big time. No reserve, too. So that's pretty choice.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, anytime you see that little M logo on the back bumper on a BMW, you know you're dealing with a pretty cool customer, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Just like AMG on a Mercedes.
63 Impala Super Sport is up next. Before we absolutely blow your mind, Bill, just saying.
Okay.
Stand by.
All right, let's see if I can get through this. 63 Super Sport Impala 409, the dual quad 409. You get 4 different 409s in 1963, all the way up to the 4¼ horse 409. This one with the 2 4-barrel carburetors, meaning it could be the 425, although I will not be absolutely sure of that. Paperwork comes with this, some documentation and photos, things like that. Blue interior underneath that white paint. We got AC in this one. And front power disc brakes, which you could not get in 1963. They've been added. With, of course, you see the Krager SS Max.
Now I'll bring F266.
All right, so $47,000. That will be the high bid. Okay, Bill, you talked about the highest lift on a car or a truck earlier. Be prepared to have your mind blown with this 2021 Silverado 4500 HD dually flatbed.
Yes, it's a flatbed. Oh man, you'd probably need some kind of a cargo crane to get anything loaded onto that flatbed.
We're about 2.5 feet off the ground on our little booth here. I could walk across and still have to step up to get inside this.
What a piece of work.
I'm in the, well, you can't even see. I'm in the background. What a truck.
Oh, multi-shock suspension. Look at the control arms underneath there.
Look at the sound system in the back in a plexiglass case. My goodness.
Never seen anything like that. You're right. My mind has been blown.
That is off the hook.
6.6-liter V8 with an automatic. 22-inch sheet metal Plan B lift, 4-link, and carbon coilovers.
You said 22-inch lift?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And it's a dually. Accessory lighting everywhere, the back lighting, there's LEDs stuffed in every nook and cranny.
That's a SEMA truck.
That is.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll need our jib operator to try to show us the interior.
Well, John Atkinson is the man, and he's on the case.
In 95, you net 85.5. That's your check.
I can't.
In 95, after commission, you get 85.5. I'm giving you 84.
That's what I would take on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see a high-end sound system tucked in there.
I'm guessing that ain't easy to load.
$87,000 down.
1,500. That's all I got is 86. We've got them upside down and got all the nickels and dimes out. We got all we can from them. 84 grand to you.
Really would like to get over we got 110 last time.
I'm sure. I'll net you 85. I'll take a grand. So you're 500 from what you would have got at 95. That'd have been. So.
I'm taking home.
That's what you're taking home. It's the same thing.
Nah, I can't do it.
Looking good so far.
No.
Looking better.
But 95 works.
95 really don't work. I'm trying to.
Yeah, but if I get them to 95, would you sell it?
Yeah. But you gotta give me back that money too.
Huh?
I want to get
85.5. That's what you would get.
$6,000. And it is.
Oh.
Coming to a conclusion.
Yeah. let's do it.
I'll just give you the 85.5. Okay.
Reserves off. 86.
Reserves off.
$87,000.
Tough decision.
Yeah.
That bed is completely custom. The front grille with the Duramax logo, that's custom. And I was going to say, I can't even fathom the amount of money that went into just the undercarriage and the suspension.
Scott, and the sound system on this. You got a 10,000 watt amplifier for the 18-inch subwoofers in this. DS18 tower speakers with acrylic blow-throughs, things like that. That's not chump change.
Those dual 18s are right there at the front.
Right
of the,
there.
Right at the front of the bed.
But you know, there's a lesson in this, and we've seen it any number of times. The more radical the vehicle, the more select the buyer population becomes. Now you've got to hope that the people that are looking or would know what to do with this are in the room.
It's that inverse relationship.
Before you
that
leave the room,
is it.
You want to give $91,000 as one last ditch effort. You want to give 91.
Good luck, guys.
$91,000. Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building and sold $90,000. Sold $90,000.
Wow, $90,000. You see the tailgate, the little inscription on the tailgate? Mo money, M-O-W money.
Mo money, boy, isn't that an accurate description of what we're looking at?
Well, that is, I think we're going to get a chance, maybe get a chance to sneak around and see that. I don't know if the Jim can get that far. But that goes down as one of the most radical pickup trucks we've had in a long time.
By far.
And now to 1969 Dodge Coronet Convertible. This has got RT badging here, Bill.
Yes, and that's all it has as far as the RT is concerned, is the badging. Not a real RT. It's a replica, but it does have the 440 Magnum in it. It's been refreshed, it's been pumped up a little bit. And a 4-speed transmission, as you just saw. Well detailed. Good paint. And interior, actually. Presents well. Got the welfare wheels on the pressed steel OEM wheels with black wall tires. I think this is the first Coronet convertible we've had today.
Yes.
Amongst all the Mopars that have crossed.
I think it's the first Coronet period.
Maybe.
48 bid, 15,000 on the bid. Get 48 bid, 15,000. 40 bid, 15,000.
That's so good, though.
Yeah, that is an original car, other than the fact that it's been restored to look like an RT. You know, they haven't really done a whole lot of off-the-wall modifications to this.
Last call, 15,000 bid, 49, 15,000 bid, 15,000, 15,000, 15,000, then I have. Goes in at 49, goes in at 49, and we are
okay. The high bid at $49,000.
On the
Well, Bill,
screens, ladies
you've
and
heard of the
gentlemen.
Madden Cruiser, right? Remember
Yes.
the Madden
Oh,
Cruiser?
John Madden, yeah.
John Madden, yes. The next vehicle will not be sold here in the building. It's actually somewhere else, and this may become the Rutledge Wood version of the Madden Cruiser. Rut, what do you think?
Fingers crossed, wouldn't that be cool? You're right, guys. We don't just sell small stuff here at Mecum. We sell big stuff, too. Feast your eyes on this is what was once a 2006 Thomas Freightliner school bus. Now it's better known as the Schoolie. This is now a completely converted RV built for two. And it's not just that this thing looks cool on the outside with sleek, it's all black. It's also what's going on the inside that makes this thing so cool. And I know what you're thinking, guys. You must be freezing out there. It's like a sauna in here. Guys, it's incredible. They've got a nice 2-burner stovetop sink. We've got marble. Obviously, you can hang out here. There's enough room if you're as tall as I am. We've got a roof unit. Look at this. There's just storage everywhere. There's a fantastic shower. There's a bed behind my camera guy. There's even a barn door so you can feel like there's an outhouse when it's an in-house. But guys, this thing is incredible. Whoever built this did a really, really nice job. And you know, spending 20 years covering NASCAR, I've seen a lot of school buses that have come from beyond. This thing is awesome. You'd never know once you step in here that this used to take kids to school. This thing is awesome. It's going to make somebody really happy, guys.
Well, the bid is at $32,000, and there we have a look at it from the exterior again, Rut. And hey, you know what? It still could be the Woodmobile, the Rutledge Wood Cruiser, because the bid goes on at $32 grand, and you get a place to connect your bicycle or your little moped or whatever on the back. Back with more in just a moment. Welcome back to Kissimmee with our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. A lot of fun going on today, and time to run down our State Farm moment of the day, courtesy of our good friends at State Farm. And it happened a little while ago with this 2012 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner that came onto the block. 567 horse, 6-liter W12 engine, and you may remember that couple sitting in the front row was kind of tracking a Bentley, and they finally found one, and the money was right. $57,000.
That's your birthday present.
Bought that Bentley, and the gentleman said, hey, it's a birthday present. So that qualifies as our State Farm moment of the day. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. All right, back on the middle of the block, we will take a look at the next one up for grabs for somebody in the house here or somebody online or on the phone. A 1971 Buick Grand Sport. Bill Stevens.
Yep. This is not stage one. 350 in it. Automatic transmission, positive traction rear end, AC, power disc brakes, and power steering. And this is just the back end of the muscle car horsepower wars by 1971 into 72 and beyond. Yeah, we thought we had seen the last of fast cars from Detroit. It really was kind of a demoralizing time for motorheads. And the Buick GS that we're looking at right here, you know, was kind of the last Buicks that we would see toting any kind of street cred. And this one is going to sell for short money for a car that looks that great.
18.5. I never thought that. 19 bid. 18.5 and it's out $19,000. 18.5 and down 19 a bid. Not going to bid 19 down 18.5. 19 down 18.5 there. 19,000 a bid. 18.5. 19. You got 19 yet? Think it 19.5. I knew he'd come through. 19,005. 19.5 over there. Not going to bid about 5. 19. Not going to bid about 5. 20. Mark you out at 20. Mark 20,000 a bit, or just take Myra
bucket
at
seats in
$20,000.
this.
Where'd you go?
Buick rally
20.
wheels, as you can see, with the raised white leather tires. And by the way, do you know that every high-performance Buick that came from General Motors had functional ram air? Whenever you see scoops on the hood of a Buick, during the muscle car era for no extra cost. Those Coupes would be functional. Of course, that was not true with Pontiacs and Chevys and what have you. So that was one thing. Buick had the upper hand as far as that goes.
I kind of like that color combination. Yeah. It says orange, but that's a really dark, almost a copper. But with the white interior, man, it really works.
Yeah, if that were a black interior, you wouldn't feel the same way. That white.
I would a little bit different, but you're right. The white makes a difference.
Yep,
sure. Okay, 71 Camaro right behind it.
Yeah, this engine has had some work. It begins with a 383 stroker, but it's got fuel injection aftermarket from Holley. It's that sniper setup we see. Dual sync distributor and coil. It's got headers, dual exhaust. Transmission's a turbo 350 automatic transmission, and underneath, all kinds of hocus pocus. QA1 stage 2 handling kit with the rear coilover conversion, upgraded rear axles. Not going to sell.
High bid on it, $30,000. Chris Jacobs standing by in the 303 staging lane, and I'm always curious what you've dug up for us, man.
Scott, no need to dig this one up because it will shake itself loose of whatever it's buried under. This is a wild one, 1968 Chevrolet G10 drag van. Get a load of this interior. It's pretty much all function. Look at that custom steering wheel. Unbelievable. That's a TH400 3-speed transmission with the Hurst racing shifter. Really cool. A lot of flake in this custom orange and yellow paint. Skinny drag wheels up front. You got the quad side exhaust coming out from the headers. Look at these Mickey Thompsons in the rear. Cannot get any more meat under there. Simply amazing. You got the custom diffuser up on top, and check out the parachute and the wheelie bar. But what this van is really all about is what powers it. Check this out. Oh my goodness, yes, that is a 496 with dual Edelbrocks on top of that Y-end intake manifold. Mickey Thompson valve covers, just massive. And again, made to do one thing and one thing only. This is gonna cause quite a commotion when it goes across the Mecum auction block in just a little bit. What a wild, wild van. You ever heard of the band Fu Manchu? California rock band? That's the only music that should be blasting out of this van at all times. Look them up.
That's funny. They at least had the thoughtfulness to put a piece of plexi in between the driver's area and the engine.
Thanks for that.
Yes. Wow, that's an oddity, Bill.
That looks like something that would have been built by Ed Big Daddy Roth back in the 1960s. He was always coming up with the wildest customs, and that would have been right in his wheelhouse.
Boy, that could have been an NHRA show stunt truck or something.
Stunt truck.
Go to the show, like those wheel standers and that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah.
You know?
Yep.
An exhibition truck.
For having that engine right there, where just Chris showed us, yeah, that thing could do wheelies all day.
Yeah.
That thing's awesome.
Yeah.
Here's a 2017 Silverado Z71 pickup. A little bit of a lift here.
Yeah, not stock for sure. It's got a supercharger in it now. It's a 2014 6.2-liter ZL1 engine.
Okay.
4L80E automatic transmission, and got 342 gears in the posi rear end.
Wow, so they took that whole engine and dropped it into this 17.
Engine swap.
All right.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And sells for $33,000.
Not your typical Silverado.
Not at all. And kind of today has been your not typical Mecum Friday anywhere.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for being with us today. With 30 minutes or so remaining in our telecast on ESPN Plus, there's the 303 staging lane, and this is where the cars and trucks ultimately wind up. Right in front of us here inside the Silver Spurs Arena. And 1965 Pontiac Le Mans is on the block right now at no reserve.
Yeah, kind of a make-believe GTO replica. And I'll tell you why, because the 389, 335 horsepower engine in it would have come in a GTO in 1965. That would have been the standard engine. 4-speed as well. A white convertible top is power operated. We got power steering and brakes. Improved cooling too with one of those aluminum radiators and Krager SS mag wheels. So not a go all the way GTO clone, but the power plant definitely is a GTO hand-me-down.
And if you really wanted to, it wouldn't take a whole lot of effort to turn it into a GTO.
You've done the hard part.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, $19,000. Wouldn't it be interesting to see what that car with no GTO badging would sell for? In this case, $19,000. Just do the badge swap and do a couple of the cosmetic things, then see what it sells for.
Yeah, history tells us that probably would have been at a premium from what it sold for.
All right, here is a DeLorean.
Oh, boy.
1982, the DMC-12. What a legendary car.
For so many reasons, too. John Zachary DeLorean, I wonder if he would be okay with the fact that when people see a DeLorean now, it's described as the Back to the Future car. He obviously had much bigger pretensions for that automobile when he started building it back in 1981. This is in 82. That was it. 81 and 82 DMC-12. 12 meaning it was intended to sell for $12,000, and that didn't pan out either. Kind of a weak-kneed engine in that car, a 2.85 liter V6, and unfortunately for him, it was a star-crossed history with that automobile, and yet Rutledge, you know, these were trading in the mid-20s for a long time, and look where we are now.
Yeah. One of the biggest don't meet your heroes things I ever did was drive a DeLorean. And it just, there's just no easy way to say it. It just was so deflating because in my mind I had built up what this car, it has to feel and match the way it looks. And yet, to your point, that it was a little Renault V6, right?
Yes,
that was
correct.
in there? Yep. So underpowered.
Did you drive it 88 miles an hour?
I did.
Really? Okay.
Well, I had to get downhill with a strong tailwind, and I pushed.
Yeah.
But I did not travel back in time. I'd hoped I would. I didn't go anywhere.
See, but today that all comes full circle, and you feel like you've traveled back in time with us.
And for all the other stuff that DeLorean got known for, I think this car being known as the Back to the Future car, probably the least of his worries.
Well, you know, the father of the GTO and the Grand Prix and all of those great cars, and this is what people remember him for.
And we move on now to 1953 F100.
Oh, another custom truck, Scott. Each one more outrageous than the one before. This one, an extended cab. This has been hand fabricated. Notice the extension on the cab there. 4-liter fuel-injected V6 engine, but it's been tweaked up a little bit. It has dug headers on there. And upgraded intake system as well. We see the interior. That's not reworked too much. Great paint job on this, though, huh? How do you like that? Blue and beige combo? Yes.
Oh, and let's not forget to mention the French-in Cadillac taillights there. On
yeah,
those
the late model
fenders.
taillights. Ooh. Yep. Perfect fit.
It's so wild when you see something like that they went to the trouble to extend the cab, do all the other work, but then there was just the V6 in there. It's really interesting. Maybe they had an old Ranger that they were like, well, I might as well use that.
Yeah, it's sitting around.
Here is a 2004 AM General Humvee, the M113.
Now, these are trading for an incredible discount from what they stickered for. This is a 2004, which makes it 21 years old. It's diesel powered, like 99.9% of them were. 4L80E, 4-speed, automatic transmission with a dual range transfer case.
This is interesting, Bill. On this one, we've got sort of that almost like bed liner coating but then met with paint match doors. You can see in between there. That's a really interesting sort of touch there. It's been wild to see the way these have been started to be customized more and more over the years as more of them have kind of come in to the market for civilians. It's still a fascinating vehicle. If you've ridden in one, you know you almost can't reach your passengers.
Right.
It's such a different setup in there.
Yeah, and they have that huge hump in between the seats in the front.
Massive.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the size of a small cow in between at the center, which is really hiding all of the magic stuff.
A small cow would be a calf.
That one looks, you gotta admit,
Yeah.
that looks cool. I mean, it looks like a real life Hot Wheels right there.
I think that's rhino liner that they spray on the outside with that textured finish now.
Yeah, and it's cool because I've not seen someone mix the liner with the paint on the doors
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
it's got real paint on the doors.
That's the first thing that caught my eye when I saw it, and I'm glad you pointed that out, Rut. Yeah.
That's a cool setup, and I do like that custom setup to have the extra tire and wheel there kind of mounted up into the back. A lot of caging on there. That's a cool ride.
Yeah.
All right, behind the Humvee is a 73 FJ40 from Toyota. That classic look with a white top.
Yep, Toyota goes after the Jeep, and this is what they came up with, that FJ40 Land Cruiser. This is a 1973. Could probably use a little detailing under the hood, but the rest of it, that's pretty clean.
And you notice that was definitely not that original inline six under the hood of that one.
No, it was a small block, actually. Yeah, matched to a turbo 350, 3-speed automatic.
I've had two of these that I bought and sold because they were not in a place where I could afford to restore them at the time. I think when I sell my K5 Blazer, a nice FJ40 will take its place, or if I sell my FJ60. But that's a cool blue in that color. I'd keep the 6-cylinder in mind.
How many cars do you have now, by the way?
We're not going to answer that question, are we, Bill? Because that's personal.
Apparently not. Oh, a media blackout here on the Mecum auction.
The teeth come out.
Yow.
Welcome back to Kissimmee, and look at the Mecum Transport desk out in the front lobby of the Silver Spurs Arena, getting your vehicles from the auction floor to your garage door. You can find out more about a quote and what it's going to cost you really to transport a vehicle anywhere. It doesn't have to be necessarily from an auction or to your house. Transport.mecum.com. And each one of those 18-wheel big rigs can hold a max of 6 cars. So I'm guessing, Rutledge, how many transporters would it take to transport your collection?
That's a great question, Scott.
Oh, yeah, nice try.
Hey, this Jeep Gladiator Mojave edition just hit $40,000. And that's the max bid right now, so that'll go to bid goes on.
Yeah, that thing's stout. It's got the 392 that somebody swapped in there.
Yep, 6.4 Hemi.
Yeah, fuel, wheels, and tires. It's tough. Rock sliders on there. It's nice when you see something that's got the power to back up the looks.
Exactly. We don't like posers around here.
Yeah, I think that's the Rubicon with the Mojave decal on it because of the red tow hooks and red trim on the inside. Either way, high bid of 40. And now 1957 Fairlane 500 Skyliner. And there we see it. Don't often see that happening in real time, but that retractable hardtop in motion.
Yeah, we call those the hardtop convertibles back in the day. 312 Thunderbird V8 in there, automatic transmission, and a 356 rear axle. Kind of a mid-range rear axle there, good for acceleration and for cruising the highway. Some paperwork going along with it, for some documentation as well, and a very impressive restoration indeed.
My dad had one of these at one point and had a lot of stories about it in New Mexico. They're just such neat cars.
Well, I'd have to look it up, but I can tell you right now that that mechanism takes 12 solenoids, 18 relays, 14 micro switches, 600 feet of wiring, something like that. That's roughly what it has.
Appreciate y'all for a bit. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's an entire, science fair project.
Rube Goldberg device.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Okay, the high bid at $30,000.
All right, everybody, stand back.
Here comes the 68 Chevy drag van that Chris previewed for us a bit ago. Man, oh, man.
That's a no-nonsense engine. I got to tell you, it's a 496 in there that's been balanced and blueprinted. And as Chris showed us, has the Y-end tunnel ram manifold with a couple of 1250 CFM 4-barrel carburetors. And where did Rutledge go?
Oh, guys, I just want to make sure, Bill, you know that is a functional roof scoop on the top of the van, which is actually pushing air down through a grate here towards the engine.
Yeah.
You got the radiator up front down there with a nice blower on it. This thing is so cool. The metal flake under these lights is just impressive. And, of course, the mesh windows here at the back, so you can really let all of that heat out. Oh, that thing's cool.
Well, the bid goes on at $27,000, and I can't tell you whether that's fair money or not, because there's just nothing to compare that to.
For what they must have spent building that, especially with the wheelie bars, which looks like they have gotten some use.
Yeah. I mean, let alone the parts. How about the hours of labor?
Yeah, that thing's cool.
Yeah.
Pretty radical. 1940 Cadillac. 60 special Fleetwood town car.
And when you hear town car, that usually refers to an automobile that has a partition where you would have the chauffeur and the passengers in the back. Not everybody had a chauffeur back then, but that's usually what a town car was all about. One of 15 built, we're being told, and one of only 6 with a removable soft roof cover. 346 cubic inch V8.
Kind of a limo.
Kind of a limo.
In some ways, right?
Yes.
Bill, can you see in the back seat there's actually the hand crank for the partition, that window, so that whoever is sitting in the back seat could actually roll that up. It's in the middle of the partition in front of you.
Yep.
And isn't that interesting? You know, Suburban was another nameplate used by more than one dealer in the same way the town car was.
Yes.
To your point, I guess it was more about at that time moving people around.
Yeah.
In the suburbs.
It's just like a Berlinetta is not a model of a Ferrari. It's the style of the bodywork.
Right. Okay, we're going to let that car get away, and we're going to check in with Chris Jacobs, who is standing by with a car that's coming up tomorrow. And I'm not going to be bashful about it. This is my favorite car of this entire auction. Not just my favorite 911 or 930 in this case. Chris, take it away.
Yeah, Scott. I mean, both you and I have been drooling on this car since we saw it online, and especially seeing it here in person. This is a 76 930 return of the turbo to the U.S. market. You can see they've switched out the sugar scoops to H4 headlamps. Excuse me, 86 930 turbo, the return to the U.S. market. Sunroof car, the whale tail, of course, covering up that 3.3 liter. It has made it to a 4-speed transmission. The turbo did not get the 5-speed transmission until 1989, which was the last year of the G Series Porsche. Now, what makes this car very, very special is the factory optioned interior color. Can you make that out? That's actually blue. It's like a deep navy blue on the dash, the steering wheel, and the door sills here. Very, very cool combination of colors on this 930. Man, just definitely caught my eye, caught Scott's eye, and anybody else who's walking by, certainly giving this a long look. Guards red, got the chromed hoops, the black Fuchs centers, and just an overall fantastic car. Really, really meets the eye test. Beautiful paint job on this one. As Scott mentioned, going across the auction block tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, indeed, Chris, thank you. That is completely unmodified, and we're told just 41,000 miles on the clock. That'll be fun to watch.
Do you remember when those were the cars they used in the IROC series? Those were the first ones.
Yes.
It got too expensive.
I can see, yes.
Yep. Oh,
No
look
doubt
at
about
we've
it.
got now.
It's one of your faves, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
One of all of our big-time cars, a 66 Riviera GS.
Oh, my. Yeah, this is the first year of the second generation of the Buick Riviera. 425 cubic inch nail head V8, which the following year would be replaced with a whole new V8 engine for Buick. So this is the last year for the nail head. And, oh, the styling on these cars is breathtaking, to say the least. Bid goes on at $45,000.
Oh, how do you like those wheels in that the red line tires on that car?
That's a bigger wheel, obviously, than original. There's nothing about that car I would change. Ooh,
It looks great. And matching those red line tires.
Yep.
That's a nice little touch.
All right, 1960 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. This one has an interesting wheel and tire combo.
Yes, it does. 1960. This was a toned down 1959 Cadillac. The 59 takes the cake in terms of the outre styling. 1960, still way out there, but not as much. And take a look at those accoutrements inside. This was the epitome of luxury. You see those wheels in the second here, Scott, those 20-inch spoked wheels.
Yeah, Bill, I believe it was the poet laureate Rich Boy, the rapper, who said, just bought a Cadillac, throw some D's on that. And I think that's what he was talking about. Dubs.
Dubs, sure.
Dayton, spoke wheels. That thing's perfect. There's nowhere I wouldn't drive that. Aaron and I would hit the club so hard on that.
Oh, yo.
They'd park it right up front. We'd tip them 20, make sure they don't move it. But yeah, sitting on spokes, that's exactly how that car should be.
Now, in the interest of fair reporting, and I'm not a rapper, as you probably know.
Sure.
But a dub technically is a 22-inch wheel.
Well, I want you to know that I feel like when dubs came out, it was just 20. We were just trying to hit twankies.
Okay.
I believe it was Nappy Roots that said twankies with them hunted spokes.
Yes.
Which would also be period correct for that car. But I mean.
Well, my favorite rapper, Winnie the Pooh-Pooh, says that the 22-inch wheel is the dub. So
wouldn't those be double dubs?
We'll have to have this conversation later.
I don't mean to be the referee,
sure,
but
please.
Double dubs would be long for dubs. Right?
I think Ludacris said it best. I can't lose with 22s. That's what's up. You're right.
After all that. Oh, look at that.
I will say that Rutledge has certainly widened my musical vocabulary today.
I've learned so much.
I got to go do a lot of research tonight, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you've got to love the 62 Bel Air, though.
Oh, yes.
How about a supercharged 540 big block? How with us? 871 blower, and now we see the rest of the car, too. Workmanship and fit and finish is just overly excellent. Metallic green on the outside. It's got a green interior. AC has been added. 12-volt rear end and a 4-link suspension that can handle all of that rubber.
My goodness.
Oh, you want to talk about one of your favorite cars this weekend here in Kissimmee. Boy, that'd be on my list.
Jared, I appreciate
that is $28,000. Man, I got to give that a quick nomination to the Paint Hall of Fame,
That too, I know.
It's not necessarily over the top, but man, it is well done.
Well, you know what I say. Any car that has something sticking out of the hood is one deal.
Yes. You got it. 28 for it. Back with more. Our final segment coming up. Welcome back to the Florida Summer Special here in Kissimmee with a 1947 Mercury Coupe here, Bill Stevens. No reserve on this car.
You know, kind of a combination of themes here, from a mild custom to kind of like a lead sleddy sort of feel, especially with those long lakes pipes along the rocker there, the running boards.
Ooh, and the ghost flames.
And
you see those?
Ghost flames on the front fenders, and kind of a very subtle candy, almost fog pearl, purple paint application on the car as well. It's got a 302 for power with an automatic transmission. And yeah, that paint, as I mentioned, is kind of a pearlish, sort of ghosty look with the flames worked in as well, and a matching purple and gray vinyl interior as well. If we got a quick look at that just a few moments ago.
It's kind of foreshadowing what was coming with the lead sleds in a couple of model years.
It does have that, yeah. And you know, you take a fat-fendered car like this, which automatically kind of takes you to that whole lead sled sort of idiom. And it doesn't take much for you to really replicate what they did with these cars with those 50 and 51 Mercs.
That's a solid car for that money right there.
Yeah, it is.
17 grand. All right, let us take a moment to run down our top sellers of this day today. And we start with that 2024 Silverado 3500 HD pickup truck with a Duramax turbo diesel, and it sold for $107,500 a bit earlier. Then this custom 1970 Challenger with a 572 Hemi under the hood was a bid goes on car at $117,500, but a little while later ended up selling off the block for $124,000. Great news. But far and away our number one seller today is this 1963 Corvette split window coupe, Riverside red, 340 horse, 327, and a 4-speed L76 power plant as mentioned, and only a couple of owners with this car in its history, and it gaveled for $170,000. And take a look at our top 5, including the ties. Get a load of that graphic, Bill, with the Alfa and the Intermeccanica Italia, along with another F-150 at $95K.
Well, if I remember correctly, you opened the show by emphasizing the kind of variety that we'd be seeing today. And boy, those top sellers, they prove your point dramatically.
And it's a good mix. Yes, indeed. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs right now for a car coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, Scott, thanks. One last preview for today, and this is a really good one, 1966 Chevy 2, customized to the hilt. Let's start with this beautiful color, matte Arctic white. So cool. This is powered by a Pat Musey-built supercharged 555. You see the badge there. Blacked out billet specialty wheels in front of Willwood brakes all the way around. Custom interior, most of it by TMI. This has got the 6-speed automatic transmission. Wow, what a cool custom car. It's just so many touches, but it all works. It's like understated, even though there's got so much going on. The LED headlights, the blacked out grille, the blacked out bumpers, blacked out handles, roll cage in there, side exhaust has been integrated into the rockers. Just beautiful, beautiful car here. Unbelievable. Scott, back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And that will take care of things for us today. Day one of our Florida Summer Special is in the books here on ESPN Plus. You know, we always want to leave you wanting more, and there is more indeed. Tomorrow we are back at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. out west, with more muscle cars, more supercars, more trucks, more surprises. You get the idea, don't you? We will see you back here tomorrow on ESPN Plus. Have a good evening, everybody.
Hey! 49.